And we should be going.
Welcome back to Oathbound Roads. So, on tonight's journey and riveting adventures of the Unbowed, they've spent their first few days on the road traveling through the eastern fringes of the swampy country of Breveland. They encountered a largely peaceful terrain, pleasant weather, and a town that got destroyed by inverted gravity from some kind of bizarre semi corporeal fellspawn. It's fine, it's dead now. And also some kind of thing in the woods that like brought down the sun or something. I don't know.
This is fine.
Anyhow, so let's get back on the road.
We were getting into town, I believe, right? Like we saw it over a hill.
Yep. At the end of the previous session, you guys crested over a hill, and looking down, you beheld a very lovely vista. A pair of almost but not quite touching lakes, with the littlest bridge of land in between them, flanked by evergreen forests. And the sky, I'd say it's early evening at this point. Let me see. Where's the right sound for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. So, as you're cresting the hill, you behold, for some of you, a familiar sight. Down at the bottom, cresting right in between the two lakesides, is a large wooden structure, well lit from the interior, plenty of wagons parked along near the edges of it, as well as several houseboats out on one of the lakes, the northernmost one. You can hear, just as you crest over, this faint din of activity. You can definitely tell you have reached the river's end, a lone building that is something of an oasis in this marshy place. Its reputation is said to precede it, but for most of you, this will be your first time going there, so
What is this place's reputation?
the best tavern in the north.
Right. This is where Jolene is, right?
Yep. The name on one of your contact lists.
Indeed.
Let's see where. There we are. Trying to find the right thing. Looks like some of my stuff got shuffled around.
Roll 20.
No, not you. Under music? Guess so.
Petty.
As you head down the hill, the ground somehow becoming a little more firm than it was recently. This place appears to be in a slightly more solid foundation than a lot of the marshlands have sort of come through. You can hear the faint sounds of music, glasses clinking, general conversation. This is definitely a place of life and activity.
Weird after where we just were.
Yep. As you get down closer and are able to start seeing some of the figures, you see a surprising collection of individuals. You see people of all races that you recognize. Humans cavorting around with dragonkin. Furbolg sitting by the front door. Yorok galore. Little kobolds settling about.
Black kobolds?
Actually, all different colors.
Okay.
Everybody seems to just be having a good time. You see eyes darting your way as your wagon approaches, but they
Yeah,
immediately go back to their business.
Nat is not directly sitting out front with Hildegard this morning.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been a better part of a day of travel. It's currently evening, but still.
Oh, and I say, like, just before they got in town, she headed into the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Callie.
Oh boy. Now, as you approach, a couple of figures walk over towards you, and you can see just kind of directing over your way with their hands gesturing. You can see the area where most of the wagons have parked. Probably about half a dozen of them in varying states, from humble little carts to some in a condition similar to your own. All of them look
like,
well traveled and weathered.
So similar kinds, or just like similar in like build?
Both. It is very clear that these are adventurers' wagons, though, looking at them. A couple of them even have what appear to be large corpses of preserved creatures sitting in the back.
Interesting.
Right. Finding a suitable spot, you elect and pull over the wagon. The evening is yours. What do you do?
Before we like leave the wagon, hey, Hildegard, come in here.
She's gonna duck her head in. Yes. What is it?
Like I mentioned earlier, Nat's not gonna really be seen very well around here. So, and she changes from Furbolg into a Yorok. You know the cows that are just made of muscle?
Yeah.
Like a Yorok like that.
Oh.
Australian Blues, I think?
There's several breeds who look like they just shouldn't fucking exist.
She's not like grossly over muscled, but like she you know, because the oh god. The Yorok she met back in the other town, you know, offered to let her use one of his family members who had passed. And he was like a bluish Yorok, correct?
He was whitish blue, yeah.
Whitish blue. So yeah, she's like similar color, but like similar height to as she was as Nat, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm.
And would she be shorter or taller, you think, comparing the Furbolg and Yorok? Or
Typically,
about the same?
Yorok are about a head and shoulders shorter than a full-grown Furbolg are.
Okay.
So, with the horns about eye level, if you count, but eye to eye, about a head and shoulders difference usually.
Then, yeah, okay, cool. Although, like, one of her horns is, like, snapped off.
Very suitable, very adventurous looking.
Indeed. Like, it was fucking blue. My name, as you should all know, is Demetria.
Blinks at that and just like, all right, I'll endeavor to remember that.
I probably should have given you a little, more of a heads up, but I had to settle on the look.
Yeah, it takes a while to get into character sometimes.
Where's the beef?
Oh my god.
Yeah, See, that was the one I was afraid you were saying that you were going to base the character off. It was just like, oh no, not the fetish muscle cow, not the muscle fetish cow.
See, I was going to hell cattle, who just look like the most horrible things imaginable.
My mind went
The
to
one-
this
Yeah.
one piece of stock art of a beefalo.
A
That is the-
beefalo?
Half bison, half domestic cattle. They don't actually
God.
look that garish in person, but there's one clip art that is just so grossly over muscled. Just look at this shit.
Jeez.
Oh my god! What
like
the
like
fuck?
a fucking French bull, or not French, a British bulldog.
Well, anyhow.
Anyway,
It has like
yeah.
3 back legs and only 1 front forward leg.
Anyhow, any cow.
Anyhow,
Y'all.
she looks at the birds. The better not be a regular chocobo.
Don't have a cow, man. They flutter off.
Looks slow. Turn to Hildegard. I will kill them.
I'd much rather you didn't, but I
Then they come back.
understand. And whether or
think it
not
costs
they come
money.
back, it hurts.
I'm not really going to kill them. Oh my god.
Like, look, I understand why. Don't get me wrong, I understand completely why.
They
I'm
have
not-
gotten chatty lately.
I don't know if I'm
Yeah.
gonna stick with the usual like Nat voice for Demetria, but I'm playing around. This was
I'm
it.
sure at times Hildegard has wished she could strangle the little fuckers, even if that would mean strangling her own eyeballs.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
thought of it once. Not often, but at least once.
She
Oh,
may have
God,
tried
you
it
just-
one time and decided, oh, that gave me such a fucking headache.
Oh, I
she
Yeah,
hated
never
just
that.
actually-
imagine that from your own point of view. From that
Yeah, I
point of
watched
view.
myself choke me.
Well, I was
she'd
thinking
never
more
actually
like
do it.
throttle, like trying to throttle, like shaking back and forth. That just that would be so dizzying.
Ugh.
No, she never actually tried, but like
I know, I
they've
know.
been that annoying once.
Yeah.
Twice.
I mean, I imagine the eating the page is probably up there.
It was probably the closest they've ever come.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. So you
I
all
think-
get out. I have to ask: have we decided on Vara's new hair yet?
Oh yeah.
um,
Strawberry blonde.
basically, yeah.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Just- Slightly darker. Gotcha.
Oh
I-
wait.
No, it's
Why don't you?
it's the sort of blonde that when it hits the light, it looks like pinkish red.
Oh,
Ah.
okay. I like how
Okay.
mine is red but looks brown in in most lighting. It's like the reverse of that.
It's like Sarah's hair.
Oh.
Yeah, like that.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
Well, hers is brown, but has that same kind of reddish effect in direct lighting. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys. So now we have that mystery solved.
Yep.
You head out. You can do the. But people aren't really paying you that much mind. Like anyone coming
Yeah.
out, you see people walking around. There are people dining out at tables out by the lake. The weather is really lovely today. There's a gentle breeze. You can hear wind rustling through reeds near the lake shore. This place could be prescribed as blood pressure medication.
Oh,
Hmm.
good. Extra deep
I-
breath.
Definitely likes it here.
I'm sure there's at least one artist in universe who has gone to the famous River's End and made a portrait.
Oh, just
Oh.
wait till you get inside.
More than a few, it
Deep-
sounds like.
Deep breath of the air. Who want to go let the guard know about what we found?
Yeah, would Vask know who to go turn something like that in?
Hold on. Let me check my notes.
Yeah, I can't remember. Does this place have a guild presence?
It does. You see plenty of adventurers around.
Yeah, because I'm pretty
If
sure
you don't
Vaz
know,
has worked out of this place before.
Oh yeah, a lot of people in Breveland do. Yeah, that's right. The contact for this area is a Yorok named Lump.
Lump.
He's like, oh yeah, we gotta go see the lump.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The lump.
Yeah, you'll understand when you meet him.
I love the commitment. You're hyping something up you don't understand yet.
I mean, it's yes and, right?
All right, so there's just the occasional nod. Some folks are taking brief up downs, but everybody immediately gets the vibe of, oh, new adventurers, cool. Maybe they'll have some cool stuff to share inside, and everybody just has a really good energy here.
Nice. Yeah. So we don't all need to go if we don't all want to, but I'd like to turn in the notes and everything.
As we were riding into town, and because I can just use that excuse to say I virtual cast this, we all have telepathic bond.
Fine by me.
We don't all need to go together if we don't all want to.
Yeah, I mean, could split up. Someone gets tables, gets rooms
some
and
of us
stuff.
could get rooms at the inn. Some of me and Vask probably at least could go to the guard and let them know what we found.
I'll attend to the stable matter.
No.
As you look over and see Biter is currently looking down into the water like a heron.
So I guess that means Hildegard and Vara are gonna go get us rooms. Good.
Looking at Biter at the water's edge, it's like, is he part Kelpie? That might explain the carnivorousness.
Dogs like
You know he's a
splashing in
wolf,
water.
right?
What was that, DZ?
Dogs like splashing in water.
Well, yeah. Well, Demetrius said, you know he's a wolf, right?
You get this look of like, yes, I'm making a joke.
Just the most half-closed, just, yes. All right.
Vara Hildegard, do you have money for rooms if, like, you gotta pay for them before we get there?
Is it more than 10 gold?
I'll shrug. Probably not.
Would Fast no?
That's plenty.
Oh yeah, that's
It depends on if there are actual rooms available, though. A lot of folks will just sleep in their wagons here because it's popular.
Point.
okay.
Oh god,
That's
this is the
cool.
fantasy
That's
equivalent of a
50.
trailer park.
Vaskin's over 50 to Hildegard.
Oh shit.
That's more money than I've had this whole game.
I mean, you're right.
All that gambling.
I mean, Vask did. I mean, he's considering it party fun since it was turning into monster pieces that we all literally bled for.
That's valid. I stole these off of corpses myself, so you guys don't even know I have where I got this money from.
We saw you rifling around those bodies.
No, I went back. Remember, after we left, I went back
Oh, I don't
through
know.
the.
No,
Been
Vask,
weeks.
it was the second time I looted corpses that you weren't there for.
Been weeks.
That you know of.
That you
Been
know
weeks
of.
in game and out.
Hey, I'm thinking back to Prince's Bride. It's like, well, they're all dead, so there's only one thing we can't do: rifle the pockets for loose change.
That's just a RPG staple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to redo the burning in sequence in Baldur's Gate because I didn't realize how fast it was going because I tried looting something.
Yeah, I'm sure that somewhere in the guild charter that there's a rule of finders keepers.
Oh, that is common parlance, yes. If someone takes something from you, you can claim it, but nobody's going to help you get it back.
Dibs.
Yep.
Dibs.
Law of dibs.
International
Jolene in?
dibsicons.
Say again?
Is Jolene in the inn?
She is the master of it. Right now, you don't see anybody matching the description. You've never actually seen her likeness.
Yeah. We haven't gone in the inn yet, so.
Nope, you're all still standing outside. The weather's nice,
Yeah.
though, so nobody really minds. It's also spring, so not all that many bugs are up and about yet. Just a few crickets that you can hear.
No.
There's no marsh
Alright.
flies yet.
And Vask, it's just wait until the sturges wake up. Ugh.
Oh, it's not
All
sturge
right,
season yet. We're lucky.
Vask, you know the way?
Mm-hmm.
Turns around, there's a scourge on his head. It's like,
Oh,
the first one of the season.
Sorry, my familiar's really friendly.
Just horrible slurping sounds.
Demetrius' arm is pulled back. What?
I mean, honestly, Sturges should be a familiar more often.
There should be.
That's
Anyways,
one idea for familiar.
that'd be a good one if
Especially
like
if
you're
you're
doing
a
a
vampire.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Or my mosquito witch warlock.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Anyhow, as
Anyhow,
you guys split off and take care of your separate business. There's really not much you learn of an organized stable. This place really does run by like Burning Man logic. You set up a tent, you set up your shit. Keep your doors
Hopefully we don't
locked
get
just in
flooded.
case somebody's up to something, but if anybody
Well, I think
catches someone doing something untoward, there usually will be an open bounty on that person, and most people are like, oh, hell yeah. It's fair game. Free real estate.
Alrighty.
Where's the guard?
No
House?
guard that you can see. It's just the one building.
Oh,
You
right,
can
no,
see
yeah.
that at the very front of it, you can see the one furball you've seen here the entire time.
Oh. Oh.
Big
So,
fella with a very bushy beard who looks like he is one with the large carved tree stump of a chair he is sitting on.
Is this someone Vask would know?
Yep, that is the bouncer. Furbolg don't give names, so everybody just calls him Stump.
Lump.
Aw.
So this isn't Lump?
Nope, this isn't Lump. Lump is inside.
Ah. So Vask will walk up and go, so Demetria, this is Stump.
Hello.
Just nods his head and looks over at you very, very slowly.
Lumpin'. Got something to report about Fellspawn in the area.
You and everybody else.
Former Fellspawn.
Hold up the jar and shake the two eyeballs in it like wet grapes.
Faintest little smile creeps through the big, thick beard, and I should specify it's thick enough to where you can't even see the lips. So you just kind of see the hair part a little bit. Right inside. You picked a good day to come back, Vask.
Really?
Got some legends in the house tonight.
Old faces, huh?
New ones. Never been here before. You'll see. Jolene's performing around inside. Head over to Lump at the usual spot. He ain't moving much.
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Head inside.
Yep.
The doors swing
she's-
open.
She does say to Vask as we get inside, I do want to talk to this Jolene by myself when I get the chance.
All right.
So what do we see inside?
You will find out in a moment. Just making sure
Huh?
what the music here is. Just making sure the sound's balanced out
Oh,
for
I
what
can
you're
hear
going to
it
be
now.
hearing when you go inside.
Excellent,
Nice.
I can hear it now.
Excellent. All right, so the swamp bug sounds go away. Just gotta. I have so many tabs for these. All right, tavern interior. Oh, that one's a lot quieter than I thought. Ah, that one. Is this it? Nope, not that one. That was for somewhere else. All right, we'll go back to the one that we had for now. All right. The interior is even livelier than the outside. It is. Most of the place is decked out in very vibrant red wood that has very well kept, lacquered, polished. They run a very clean ship here, you could see. At least, in between last calls. The tables are full to bursting. There are people everywhere. Just lots of people having a good time. Drinks being passed around. Very animated conversations. So you could see various taxidermied creature heads lining the walls.
Yeah.
You can see a nice open, it's a pretty open concept floor plan in terms of how the lower levels are laid out. I did not have time to finish the Incarnate map I had because it was such a busy week, but so I'll just have to theater of the mind it. You do see there is a nice open and little veranda that you can clearly see the doorway to, where you can sit out and look at the lake itself.
Oh.
Like I said, this is a very happy area. The energy here is infectious.
The vibes are delightful.
Oh yeah.
Dimitri actually looks a little like, too crowded.
All right. So Vasky, knowing where to go, the little guild counter is over near admissions. It's usually pretty close to the entryway, and there you can see Lump. He is a Yorok fellow, looks pretty old, and your immediate sight looking at him is that he is very clearly missing an arm up at the shoulder.
Oh.
And is covered in scars. This man retired from being an adventurer.
Mm-hmm.
Immediate respect for this man.
He is just chewing the cud and some salted peanuts.
Dimitri gives him a nod.
Returns it. His horns have been weathered down with age. You could barely even see them anymore. Just little rounded lumps on his head.
Oh.
Just,
So,
hey, Vask. Was wondering when you'd swing by.
yep, ended up
Really love his
spending
voice.
the winter up in Brahma.
Oh, got snowed in with the early frost then.
Yeah, barely made it to Bow Barrel before everything came in.
Yet, you and a lot of other folks. Winter hit this old place pretty hard, too. This is the first big crowd of the spring. Guess everybody was eager to come on back.
Oh, yes.
I don't recognize this one, though. You're rolling with new folk?
Yeah, I picked him up in Abrana. Seemed beneficial to continue working. We did some work up there, some contracts. Worked with, well, not Rousier anymore, Veer Rousier. Probably hear about their promotion.
Oh, shit. Fear, and I ain't gonna remember that.
Told me about it.
So, what kind of jib you cutting? Looks over you. Don't recognize you.
I keep forgetting his name. Par, right? Par.
Yep.
Okay. Lisa Parr back in oh god,
South End.
thank you. I'm Lisa Parr back in Southend.
From trader stock. Well, hope you don't mind the adventure in life. Same sore feet at the end of the day. Only
I've been doing
difference
this.
is you're your own security.
I've been doing this for a bit, and she taps her broken horn.
Oh. Well, you here just to reminisce, or has we already got business? Got a few kills already brought in, some real nice ones.
Yeah.
Gnarly
Pull out
fell
the,
spawn. Gnarly fell spawn we ran into.
Put down the jar with the eyeballs.
Are you familiar with Inkvale?
I'll roll for that for him. Okay. What do you know? A 12. Happened to me.
He does. So he knows, right?
I don't know.
12 is good as far as I'm concerned.
You think you have that power. Anyhow.
Oh god, I know it's not. I'm just trying to be optimistic because that's all I fucking get.
I heard a few times of Vale in it. Was it west? Is it east of here?
Yeah. Well, it was.
Yeah. Unfortunate common story in these parts.
She pulls out the notes and slides them across.
Well, these eyes the only remains you collected?
It was made of shadow.
Yeah, that's the thing. Most of the physicality of it started to deteriorate once it died, which, frustrating.
Normal, like I'd only give the base rate for remains like this, but I know you're good for it, Vask. Hell, you got one of the best records here. So, we'll treat this one as a twofer then, and he will put 50 gold down as a reward for the kill.
All right.
As for the notes, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to keep these. I got plans for them. Takes the apples back.
Oh no, I know. See, you've had some plans for a while now. I know that's the real reason you keep harvesting them. You go after them like a man possessed.
Well, yeah, he's been fairly impressive since I've met
With his
him.
good arm, he can get a little obsessed.
Oh, can he?
Just go ahead and set both of them.
Raises an eyebrow and looks between Vask and Lump.
He smiles and you see a few teeth missing.
I just prefer to be thorough when, ensuring Feldspawn are, rooted out.
Well, then I'll use the word thorough to describe you instead of obsessed.
Thank you. It lends a more sense of professionalism than obsessive. All
Good
about how
to
you
have
spin
you
it.
back, big guy.
Yeah. So, beyond
Only thing I need to be worried about, Vask.
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Anything I need to be worried about, Vask?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So beyond being already an active spring, anything big we should know about?
Well, there'll be a State of the Realm meeting in about right before sunset. I figure everybody's asking that question, so they're just going to lay it all out at once. They're setting up the map for it over there, and you can see they've put in the center of the room. They are putting some of the various staff and a couple volunteer adventurers are putting some tables together.
What's this? Do I know what a State of the Realm meeting is?
Roll a history check. The DC is going to be pretty low.
Let's see. Hey, Demetria, let's see how you roll.
Big brain time.
Okay. Whoops.
9.
4.
A 4.
What the fuck?
I mean,
What the fuck?
you have a pretty good idea. It's a pretty intuitive name. That it's some kind of just description of what all's been going around, but you've never heard the term like that, and you definitely don't know everything to expect from it. This is kind of your first guild rodeo like this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where you're at with that. You think you have an idea, but you're not sure.
Okay. And I hope this isn't like. I hope this is not. I hope this is just like a bad first roll and not a trend.
Let's hope not.
I might abandon this space sooner rather than later. Anyway.
This is too dumb.
So you would want to save face then?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get. Oh yeah, those notes, they describe some of what happened. There's a lot missing, obviously, but the fell spawns seem to reverse gravity.
Yeah, that was fun.
I wouldn't call that.
Yeah, there's been a few that could do that. He pulls out a very thick, like, Coke bottle glasses.
Aw.
Puts them on. Looks down at this ink-scrawled handwriting and these parchment scrolls and just, alright. Don't recognize the names, no bounties or rewards for information here, but he does point at you. Good instinct to keep them. Sometimes you gotta prove you were where you said you were to get a full reward for something. Evidence like this would help. I know Vask, though, and I know he's never tried to bullshit me.
Most of
Not
them
needed
do.
here, but hey, so you hold on to him. Someone might want him a little more.
All right, we'll take them back.
Also, there was, speaking of potential bounties, there was something else out there that, separate from the fell spawn.
That's
Was
so.
it that got the face sense? Was it?
Garm is the one who detected things.
Yeah. One of our group said it was more, not fell spawn, but more fey.
How many of your new crew are there? Sounds like you got a pretty diverse group of skills.
About 5, right? Yeah, got 5
Yeah,
of us.
count 5.
Not counting familiars and the like.
Yeah, that's a package deal. All right, more magic folk then. Someone who knows a thing or two about Fae. Noted. Bring them over. I got to make sure that the group is all accounted for if they're here. So when everybody else comes in, get through all the pleasantries. Y'all got a group name to account for, so I can mark that you were here.
Oh yes, the Unbowed.
Alrighty. Well, enjoy the festivities, enjoy the drinks. Meeting will be soon. Jolene is probably about to perform a set, though she is not going to be the main event tonight, surprisingly.
Really?
I'm going to let her tell you about that one herself.
Raise his eyebrow.
Y'all have fun. Enjoy. Mingle a little. Swap shop.
All right.
Sure.
Good to see you again, Mom.
If I
Good to see
may
you
ask,
too. You may.
She nods toward the his missing arm.
Yeah?
Well, what took it from you?
This case. Garmer.
Oh shit.
Yep. 25 years ago. Hell of a hound's teeth.
Well, I've been to the Helm's Teeth.
Oh, everybody goes there at least once. It's a rite of passage.
Before I say anything and put my foot in my mouth, prosthetics, I would say not any like mine, but how common are prosthetics?
Not really heard of around here.
Okay.
You just live with what you got most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, peg legs are a thing, but like a functional limb, not so much.
Even the ones that are pretty much could just open and close.
Yeah, not very commonly applied among commoner folk.
True
I'm
that.
sure that Garmer regretted taking your arm.
Oh, I bashed his head in with my own head.
Yeah, that's in character.
That's one reason why they love us Yorok out on the front lines. Our whole body's a weapon.
Mentally to ask, why wasn't I a Yurok sooner?
Just answer back. I think only you can answer that. But also through the link, just reach out to the others, see what they're doing.
Yep, good time to check in. It's like, does anybody have anything they want to do or check around the place, or do you all want to come inside?
Well, since there's no proper stables, just finding a nice parking spot for the birds and the biter.
The birds are very content to just settle where they are bridled in. Biter, not so much. You approach him with any kind of bridle, and he just looks at you with a bitch you thought kind of look, and just immediately starts walking away.
Oh yeah, I imagine at this point, I learned a while ago that you don't bridle a biter. Just want to make sure he doesn't cause any problems with any of the other hooked up animals.
There are some horses that are very clearly nervous around him as he walks by. A couple of oxen, a couple of axe beaks. It's a pretty versatile lot. At one point, you do see him walking along, just kind of keeping an eye, making sure he doesn't cause any problems. You see him gazing very intently at the water again. And in your head, through your connection, you just have this brief moment of, you know that old gun show webcomic where that dog is asking a bunch of big questions? And then suddenly looks over at his reflection and goes, and where did that other dog come from? Who is he? Every time Biter notices his reflection on the lake surface, he goes through that exact same mental conversation.
Smart as he is, practically a literal angel in this setting, still does not pass the mirror test.
He is a dog.
Yeah, but he's just gonna come up, pat Biter a little bit.
You're not gonna cause too much trouble, are you, boy?
Somehow snorts and rolls his eyes and goes back and then notices his own reflection again.
Good company, at least.
Gonna walk away.
As you do, you hear a splash, turn around and see that he has a bullfrog in his mouth.
Rayan cries somewhere.
I like to imagine it's pixie frogs, one of them big fuckers.
Yep.
So ironic that they're named a pixie when they are just chunks.
They're heavy enough to be a weapon when you throw them.
I guess pixie frogs would mean something else in this setting.
You'll find out if you ever wind up somewhere in very fey influence. Alright, and what about the other two? Vara and Hildegard, is there anything you guys are up to?
Just gonna get a room.
Alright.
There is other.
As you head inside, you do find out that this exact moment there are no rooms available. They have all been booked out. So it is going to have to be a wagon sleep night.
Okay.
That means you two are inside already, so And which means right around that time, you two would reconvene with Demetria and Vask. And right around then, Garm would be coming in as well.
How are things in here?
There's going to be a show in a minute.
A show?
And if you sensed the Fae, yes, the other day, right?
I don't know if it was a Fae. It was...
Well, whatever you felt, when you got the time, lump over there, tell them about what you saw, or felt.
Very
We
well.
also gotta introduce everyone in the group. Same way we did with Gyros here.
Indeed.
All right. So, do you guys head over to Lump or just mingle? What you guys have the power here.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to go now, Garm, or after?
See no reason not to.
All right.
Alright. Proceeding back over to Lump. Just there you are. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faces. All right. Oh, sorry. 2 birds. Neat.
And a weasel.
And the weasel.
The weasel head just pokes out. It's like, weasel. Noted.
War
Alright.
dances at him.
All right. The unbowed. Noted. Definitely. All right. Let the record be known. You stopped at the river's end. And on this night. So, which one of y'all has the Fae story?
Points at
Gar-
Garm.
Yeah.
Roll something for him. Oh, very good roll, actually. Got Gortog ties.
I...
Recognize the symbol. Plenty of y'all work with the guild when you need it, but rare to see one of y'all actually joining up proper.
Extenuating circumstances.
Ain't they all? What exactly did you see?
Mechanical.
Any descriptions?
We didn't see it with our own eyes, but while we were out hunting, we came across tracks. Appeared to belong to some kind of bear, but too large and a little too unusual. And we certainly heard it. It had a unique cry. But more to the point,
Did it leave a unique combination of scorch marks and freshly grown greenery? Like a forest fire?
exactly that.
That
Y'all missed a brush with some instant riches then.
what?
Yeah, the Jarls up at Grindhall have an active bounty out on that thing. Emerged at the during when the early winter started. Tore up quite a few farmlands up north. Seems to be moving south. There's a lot of hunters out there looking for it.
What is it?
Nobody's seen its face. Just the same tracks and those exact distinct details.
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing, but I saw a humanoid figure. Very tall, orange eyes.
Well, very tall orange eyes.
So it was like
You
really
saw it right
thin,
before
too,
we
right?
were attacked by the Hellspawn, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Shortly
I
before.
saw- yeah. I tossed a stone to try and, make it not look at us, and then it turned invisible.
Well, that's a neat detail to note. I haven't heard any accounts of that. Oh, y'all
I
might
don't
be one of the
know-
closest that's come to it.
Well, shit.
Another detail to note about our mystery creature. After we struck down the Fellspawn, it seemed to beat us to the punch, finishing it off.
Hmm.
And the only
Targets.
thing that surely harmed it was radiant magic.
All right. Definitely make notes of that. Well, thank you for passing that info along. If you should happen to pick up the trail and bring the head of the thing,
Oh, and we saw bearpins. Like, fucking huge bearpins.
as was described, yes, pretty common thing. Should you happen upon this sun bear or whatever it is, Arl's bounty for it at this exact moment is 5,000 gold. Biggin, I know. Like I said, lots of hunters out after it right now. Careful if you
Causing
move up.
trouble?
Destroyed farms, forests. It caused some problems.
Has it
Some of
killed?
the king's own personal, some of the Jarl's own personal stores too.
No
Casualties of it?
Say again?
Any casualties of it?
Not aware of any besides a few bits of livestock here and there.
If no one's managed to see its face. Though, it could
mean-
have killed people and then they found the bodies.
Yeah.
That's why I said casualties.
That I'm aware of. Maybe, there was a farmhand or two, I think, but
I wonder if this thing's not as big of a. I wonder if this thing has a distaste for Fellspawn.
it's magical, that much is clear. Probably some glamored creature that emerged with the turning of the season.
That's what I find unusual. There wasn't much physical substance to eat from the Fellspawn in question, if it was hunting. And it only moved in when it was on death's door. Seemed to do it just to finish it off. And it was close enough by that it could have attacked us too. It didn't, though.
Interesting details to note. Well,
Maybe it's not actually harmful. I mean, maybe as any other beast, but maybe it is just a beast. Or at least a. I don't know.
speculate all you like. Reward tally's still there, if anybody brings it in.
No.
Oh, you expect competition. It's a hot commodity this season, apparently. Well, thank you for this information. It will be updated, and any other relevant details. Y'all have had the closest encounter to it and walked away so far. Off to a very interesting start, you guys, he says, looking at Vask in particular. Recommend y'all find a table before the big events start. This might become standing room only in a little bit.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right, and as the conversation starts to wind to a natural point, you see some other people, another new group coming in and making similar conversation. Lump just immediately restarts in the exact same conversational mode he was when you guys first walked in. The five of you are within the interior of the river's end.
Yeah. I'll grab us a table if I can.
Hey, yeah, but what was that mention about portraits?
Roll a perception check.
Do.
Oh, Garm.
I easily become distracted.
Yeah.
Squirrel?
As you're looking around. Okay, here's what happens. You're looking around, kind of taking in the sights. You feel something brush against your leg. You look down, and there is a cat looking up at you that rapidly arches its back, hisses, and runs away. And something instinctual awakens in you for a moment.
Oh no.
Aw.
Yeah, it's that prey drive.
The cat runs and immediately jumps up onto the shoulder of a nearby figure in robes, who
Oh.
immediately starts petting and comforting it.
Is that a notable figure or?
It just looks like one of the many adventuring groups in here.
Okay.
Later, we're gonna be attacked on the road. It's like, that asshole spooked my cat!
So and so will remember this.
Mm-hmm.
Careful, if it's a Tressum, it'll steal someone's wand of fireball.
You didn't see any wings on it, thankfully.
I guess I'll do a perception check as well. I am now
Sure.
curious. Garmia's cat currently.
20, okay.
Ah, it's not funny.
You can see there are some portraits around. You don't recognize any of the names, but there are definitely some landscape paintings done of the place. And you happen upon a very full of life portrait of what you can only assume is Jolene.
Ah.
It has an aesthetic like something off of a van in the 80s.
Oh. Oh god, is she a bard?
She's a bard. You can clearly see it.
How
You
did you not
see-
get it with the name Jolene?
I mean, I
Like
was thinking she
performing
was,
sets?
but
Jolene, don't take my man.
You see a portrait of a very conventionally attractive woman with a bright blonde hair that is curled up like crazy. She is got a high-heeled boot perched on the corpse of some kind of monster. There is a lightning bolt in the background.
Did you,
This clearly was commissioned.
oh my god,
did you name
Demetrius.
the Dolly Parton? Jolene.
Oh my god. Wait, what race is she?
It's human.
Okay. Fucking Dolly Dolly Parton.
Jolene.
It's fucking great.
I guess, in the context of them being a changeling, it's like, Jolene, don't become my man.
I mean, we don't know that she's a changeling. Sorry, okay.
True. The last contact we met just happened to know.
Yeah.
Everyone involved in this
Also,
little
I don't
network of
think I've
nerds.
mentioned.
Go ahead.
I've mentioned wanting to see Jolene and like having contacts apparently, but I haven't told you guys I have a list.
It's okay to keep secrets until it kills
I mean,
us
yeah, I was
all.
putting it like
Yep, you have not mentioned anything about that yet.
no, she has not because like that's a very personal thing. And you know, the less people know secrets, the less of a chance that you know that they can be found out.
Two people can keep
Indeed.
a secret if one is dead.
Exactly, and I don't want to kill you guys.
We've done pretty good so far.
But yeah, like, you know, you guys know what she is. But like, you know, if she didn't have to tell you, she wouldn't have told you.
Nothing like the
Anywho.
rage of a dead friend.
Aw.
All right. So, as far as the portraits go, there's a lot of like there's different adventurers' portraits, people of different races. Some with autographs, some not. Very much I was here kind of stuff. Very much like the restaurants where you see celebrity faces endorsed on the walls.
Oh God, is there a food challenge here?
You have to ask.
I'm making a note of that. Close to dinner time.
That it is. So yes, as per your earlier point, it is very easy to find a table somewhere. There is a corner booth big enough for the lot of you.
Excellent, excellent. Let us sit.
Feel free.
We'll sit.
Here we go. Oh yeah, Garb. Check that out.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's her. This Jolene.
All right. I suppose having dinner here would be a change of pace from road rations and hog.
I mean, yeah.
That's
Vasquez a good
not to
cook.
look mildly offended.
Vasquez a good cook, but you know, there's a difference between Vasquez with the kitchen and Vasquez on the road.
Yeah,
Hey.
Garb
I'm
will
right
notice
here.
the Garb will
That's the
notice the
problem.
offended look. Is like,
I'm in your heads.
That's a
yeah,
compliment. You work better in the kitchen than you do on the road. That's just, you know.
everybody works
I know.
better with more resources.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Now I know I gotta upgrade the wagon with a kitchen now.
Clearly, I must do more.
This kitchen is merely adequate. It must be better.
God, I gotta live that down.
I'm sorry.
You must be more thorough in your quest for the perfect kitchen.
She does elbow Hildegard.
She just kind of glances over. Yeah?
Check out the portrait.
Just blinks. Which one?
The one where she's standing atop a creature with a lightning bolt behind her.
Just pause.
You know, the cool one.
It's like, oh, how did I miss that one? Just kind of staring at it for a long while.
I mean, you missed it because you didn't roll perception.
And the birds are probably looking at all the other exciting things.
Yeah.
They're looking around at just about everything, yes. But Raug does look over at the painting and just smoking.
Demetria does like give a. Oh, yeah, kinda.
just go shoots the bird a short look and just like
Shoots the bird.
yes.
I mean, hey.
Eldritch
Hildegard.
Blast the bird.
I mean, I do. I mean, it's. He said it now. Now I need to ask: Is she, how attractive is she?
Depends on your taste, as with all people.
Fair enough.
I
mean
would say
She-
it makes sense that the bird thinks Dolly Parton is attractive because the bird comes also from an old lady.
Oh my god.
This is a depiction of her, like, probably late 20s, early 30s.
Oh yeah, that's hot.
Okay. Yeah.
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 It's probably 10 years past that, right?
You don't know for sure yet.
Hey,
Yeah.
Just so you know now, I'm keeping that back pocket. Next time we meet the character where it's appropriate, one of the ravens will say, MILF!
Mel-
God,
She will cold coffin.
we should have saved that.
Listen, I don't care what decade it's in. Dolly Parton is hot.
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah.
this
I
is
mean,
fair.
Like, over the ages.
Perhaps I
Yeah,
should have
no,
saved
that's
it, but enough time will pass for me to pull the trigger and you will have forgotten about it.
Yeah,
And you will
this
look
is
back
fair.
and know I warned you right before I sucker punched you in the gut.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for her.
All right.
I can't wait for that quote to be used against me later.
I mean, Dolly Parton, though.
It's not wrong though.
Yeah. She apparently has like a ton of tattoos up her arms.
Alright.
There we go. It's been memorialized forever.
Excellent. I'm sharing it now.
Pin it.
I'm sorry, are you saying Demetria has tattoos on the arms?
That's not what I meant. I meant Dolly Parton apparently does, but I
Oh.
like that
She
idea.
does?
Supposedly. But I like that idea. So yes, Demetria has tattoos up her arms.
Like, they could be just ordinary tattoos, but you know, what'd be really fucking funny to me.
What?
Hmm.
I don't think Jetta knows the Yurok language offhand.
Oh God.
Can you,
No.
you know those tattoos people get where they don't know the language? It's like, yeah, it
No.
means badass.
No. You know,
It's
if
just
she
like-
has tattoos in her arms, which I like that idea, honestly, they're probably based off of things she's killed.
Yeah, but your tattoo is literally just Yurok for thief.
No, no. I do not. I do not consent to this.
Are you not buff?
She is, but
Are you not
I'm
a
going-
swole cow?
Oh, yes, factually, she does. She has several tattoos. They're just more pastel colored, so they don't stand out as much.
Interesting.
Yeah, I heard about it from like someone talking about like right-wing people who hate tattoos not
I'm-
liking Dolly Parton because of it, and like the hosts of the podcast were like, how can you not like Dolly Parton?
Oh, trust me, conservative people have been canceled for trying to throw shade at Dolly Parton, and not even by Dolly Parton.
No,
Her fans just
lovely,
immediately,
apparently.
her fans immediately just threw everyone out to dry.
As they should.
As they should. Anyway, we got very distracted. Sorry.
Hey, fair. I'm the one who created this NPC, so
Yeah.
I love her already.
And but I have decided that Demetria does have tattoos up her arms.
excellent.
They're themed around, the big things we fought so far. The goo, which is probably harder to put into a tattoo form. Oh God.
One of those like weird like water ocean swirling tattoos you see sometimes.
Yeah.
Imagining
what's
something
the
like
name?
I'm imagining something like a red spiral around the arm that's kind of wiggly and ends in a rounded
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, fucking skull bleeding red into a swirl or a moon.
The big ice thing, the ice oh God.
Behemoth.
The behemoth.
Yeah, the behemoth.
The behemoth.
The Behir. Timaeus is not on
Oh.
there, but he kind of is lumped with the slime.
Close enough.
Vask sees those and goes, "Oh, you're missing one.
Oh.
Where's the snail?"
Hey, we didn't fight the snail. You just fucked it. You fucked it over.
We did fight the snail. The snail whooped our ass before we whipped that spell out.
No. The
It
snail
nearly
sneak
squished him
attacked
like a
you.
bug.
The snail sneak attacked you, and then the next time it came out, it got turned into a snail.
Let's just say that you have a little tiny, delicate, dainty tattoo of a snail in a jar on your ankle.
Yes.
Vara
Yes.
eyes the snail and she's like, You're gonna have to explain this snail at some point.
I nearly killed
I
Garm.
mean, no,
bunch of, like-
Vast, no. She'll find out when it's relevant.
Was that meant to be
Just-
ominous?
And then, of course, it will be back for revenge.
Oh, it was meant to be
Possibly.
ominous. Okay.
I mean,
Players.
we dropped it into a hole.
No, no,
that
no, no,
went
no,
to
no,
the
no, no,
underworld.
no, fast, fast.
Is it? Since she asked, doesn't it warrant context?
Okay, fine, okay, fine.
Just. What the fuck?
You're no fun, Hilfgard.
Hey,
Thanks.
Garb will make eye contact with Varez, like,
There was a monster. It walked through walls. Vask turned it into a snail. We dropped it in a hole.
had a very big hammer.
Oh, so
We know what it was called, right? You know it was called a Team Tapper?
You guys never actually learned the proper name for it.
in fact, every single time we shared it with someone, it's like, I don't know what that is. That's scary.
Yeah.
so there's an unknown monster running around underground that's personally pissed at you.
I mean, hopefully it's dead, but probably.
Fantastic.
Come to think of it, if a creature can't earth glide, can it earth glide into material it's about to fall through?
I mean, it
Eventually.
was a snail at the time.
It entirely depends on when it hit the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was a
Yeah,
snail when it hit
because-
the ground, I know, but if it turned back before
see-
it was a snail.
All I can imagine now is that because of the momentum, like it managed to turn
my
back just
God.
before hitting the ground, but it kept going through the ground.
Yeah.
So the momentum.
Just passes
It
through the
fell
core
down
of the
into the
earth and
fucking-
comes out the other side.
Or would it be
Shows up in
like,
another country. It's just like,
or would it
What the
be like
fuck?
when jumping into water from a long fall, far height? There's even if you can
Yeah.
go through it, there might still be surface tension.
mhm. Or
Yeah.
even if there wasn't surface tension, because magic bullshit, it dived a pretty good bit. It's still swimming through that rock.
Okay,
You got and you got to watch out for the rock whales.
I am enjoying this.
good. Julian.
Mm-hmm. You keeping an eye out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
mean-
sorry that I have to drag it on a little bit more. It's like I just imagined I think we shared that joke of the bones thing, right? Wet, fresh bones. Yeah, the tube tapper. It seemed to be made of rock, right?
Yeah.
It landed and it's broken, and then it just hears the chattering of Zorns.
Oh no!
Wet rocks.
Yeah, you just run into that same Umber Hulk and Zorn from the Grand game who were fighting over rocks.
God.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Don't you know every underworld is connected to every other underworld?
All Underdarks know each other.
It's the same Underdark. You just gotta go far enough.
And we can run into Bony
Ah.
Danza.
Yep.
Eh.
The Jim Varney Umber Hulk is still one of my favorite dumb things I've ever done.
Yeah, it was a delight chatting with it as Jag.
I understand you, friend. Anyhow, fun discussions and all. If you're looking around, you see the discussions. You can see outside of the lake the tranquil weather out there that the sun is beginning to set. Let's let the sound down as the actual band on board, you can see over there in the corner, begins to get a little more quiet. Let's see here. All right. Oop.
Oh no.
Lost DZ for a second.
Oh no.
I'll wait for him to come back. There you are. You good? You good? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Easy.
Easy.
It's working again.
There we go. Okay, we can hear you now.
I wasn't saying anything, but I couldn't hear anyone else, so I'm like,
There was much delay, it sounds like. All right.
Yeah.
Either way, you're back. All right, so proceeding. Just kind of looking around, you see as the sound kind of dims down, a lot of people go and get settled. Everyone just starts looking around, wondering about it. Different, somewhat livelier tune begins to come into focus. And the star of the show, well, the patron emerges.
Oh.
Oh, vocals.
Let me show the depiction. Hero Forge and some hard work provided. As a woman with a lute emerges up on top of the second story banister.
Yes.
It is fantasy, Dolly Parton.
For description's sake, long, red, very luxurious robes, gold trims, very nice lute in hand, infectious energy, curly blonde hair, bright green eyes. This is very clearly the same woman from the painting, just a few other decades of weathering and experience having turned her into a much more experienced individual at life. And the crowd is eating it up. I've heard that one before. It's really good.
Hildegard is bobbing her head, back and forth with the tunes.
The Ravens are doing the exact same thing.
Demetria's tapping her finger to the tune.
There is a lot of teenage energy over in Vara's seat because she's violently swaying side to side.
Oh, she's vibrating.
Oh my god.
Stimming!
How about Garm and Vass?
Garm is doing the dog head tilt when they hear something interesting.
Yeah, enjoying it.
Is Vass doing the respectful one finger tap?
Oh god, I
Oh,
just
I-
imagined in a crowd of spellcasters, they could all do the like lighter thing with just their fingers.
It's
God,
fucking
is anyone
hilarious.
doing that?
Yes, there would definitely be people doing that.
Everyone prestidigitating little sparklers.
That was a little bit too big of an applause thing there. I think I selected the wrong one. Either way,
That's a full house.
there are a
we
lot
are
of
in a
people.
full house. Like,
All right. So with the song concluded, everybody cheering and excited, lots of raised glasses. Still perched up. She's got her arm, she's kind of hanging off of one of the support beams a little bit. Looks like she could fall quite easily down to the floor below.
She wasted or just
Nope. She is a little high on life, but you know.
she's not wasted, she's just barred. Gotcha.
Yep. It's spring, y'all. She just shouts out of the top of her lungs. Everyone cheers.
Zest for life.
Big time.
good.
She is beaming. And here I thought that early winter was going to do us all in. But hey, so we're here, we're together. The River's End welcomes all y'all. Lots of new faces here tonight, including some I have not had the pleasure of meeting yet.
Where's she look when she says that?
He's just kind of scanning all over. There's a lot of showman energy coming out of her right now. Exaggerated stage performance. But you could tell she is eating it up.
Good.
You're probably not the only newbies to the place.
Oh, definitely. There's new people every year. Now, y'all get comfy. There's plenty more to come. Main event, believe it or not, is not me. We've got a living legend among us. Someone I've been dying to meet myself. We've got a few other things to take care of first, though. For all y'all guild folk out there, we'll be having the State of the Realm soon. Any questions y'all have about where the work is? Well, you know where to look. We're about done setting it up now. After that, we'll all get cozy again and settle in for a very different kind of performance. And she... Hold on, I need to make sure if this spell is on the Bard spell list or not. What am I saying? Bards can learn any spell.
Lord Bard.
Bard says, fuck your magic rules.
What's that? Categories.
She immediately does a complete and total backflip off of the second story rail, and Feather falls her way down to the ground.
Ha!
And then immediately she just moves about and starts mingling. The crowd starts picking up and getting a little bit louder again. There's some applause as she does it as well. The band goes back to playing.
Okay. Getting time to talk to her might not be as easy as I thought.
Up to you. You can stay here as long as you need.
Yeah, I don't think I'll wait till everything's calmed down.
Do we know that you need to talk to her?
I did tell Vasp that I'd like to talk to her alone when I get the chance.
And saying that, Vasco send a private, thought to it. Goes, I could send, an intrusive thought her way and, say that someone wants to talk to her.
Well, I'll wait, at least wait until after these performances are over. To see if I can't just talk to her after that naturally. We don't need to, force it. But I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Vesk.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
She's keeping an eye on Jillian, though.
Yep, she is moving about. Clearly never met a stranger, and yet also has a bunch of new strangers to meet. Alright. So, if there's anything anyone wants to do, or anyone you want to look for, anything you want to look for, this is the opportunity.
Garm has a case of the hungies.
I'll listen in for oh god, the word. I should
Gossip?
gossip. Thank you. Good lord.
All right, a perception check, if you please.
Alrighty, I will do so with a. Yeah, I might as well. I'll use a moxie point.
Use that moxie.
To get advantage. Perception.
13,
Oh.
okay.
God.
It's all good. It is very loud in here, very jumbled. All right, so 13 meets the threshold for a couple of things.
Okay.
Just hearing a few tables over, just kind of picking up a few words here and there. It's like listening in on any other group of people in a crowded restaurant. You hear some conversations. You hear one person you overhear a conversation about the river folk, about how there aren't that many of them this year.
Interesting.
Some worry, some talk about how some of the tribes people in some of the bigger swamps, the Sarkozy folk, have been moving westward a little bit, and no one's entirely sure why.
Interesting. Okay.
And
Does it sound like the river folk and the Sarkozy are the same thing?
roll a history check.
Alrighty. History. There you are. Ooh.
21. Yes and no. The river folk simply refer to any families, nomads, and the like that live on river houseboats and kind of move across the marshes during the rainy seasons.
Okay.
They are a
Well, that's
mobile
concerning.
existence. They are a mobile existence that could have very realistically just been marooned and frozen in place in early winter. But they know that usually a lot of them winter here. It has been mentioned before. They make their way to these lakes and winter at this tavern if they can help it.
So that is
It kind of
concerning
came
that
up-
they're not really been many seen.
Yep. It is just known that river folk kind of just emerged as a common solution to a place where there's not much in the way of solid foundations to build real homes on, so people took to the rivers and started living off of them directly. Now, the Sarkozy are, from your knowledge, they're kind of the most ancestral society of humans on the continent that try to live by the old ways as closely as possible. Much more of a tribal, wandering existence. Engage in much more shamanic practices, and from your knowledge, because a 21 is a good roll, a lot of them are... Their kind of core goal is to find any way of accessing knowledge to the world, gods, and everything that the humans came from before they were here.
Oh shit. Okay.
They are not inherently always friendly. Some of the tribes are much harder to get along with than others. But they largely inhabit the swampier terrains in the middle of this country, and they appear to be moving westward, is what was heard. The only other thing you notice with the 13 is that there is one particular corner that a lot of people are flocking around.
Okay. How do you spell Sarkozy? S-A-R...
I will write it out for you.
Thank you. Oh my god, Raven. Thank you. I was almost right. I was almost right on the money with that. Okay, I'm curious about that corner.
You can't see what the source of it is. Just a lot of people standing up.
Are they, like, crowding into the corner, like, looking at something, or?
It appears that there is a conversation happening in that direction, yes.
Okay. Is that in the direction of the bar or anything?
It's over towards the veranda where you can go outside.
Okay. I'm going to just take a listen around the bar, around the tavern, see if I can't pick up on anything interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did we gotten like drinks or anything?
Yeah, you could have had some brought out by now. Some ales, and if anybody wanted to order any food.
Definitely food. But she does not get alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely order food and booze.
See,
I'll get some-
if this really is the best tavern in the north, is it so cutting edge to have menus and shit?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see you're one of those fantasy Michelin star guys.
Remind me to send you the Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns, Vivi. You might get some use out of that.
I think I'm aware of that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Is there any like non-alcoholic drinks that aren't water or?
let's see. I mean, they'd have milk, they'd have some juices and the like.
I'll get a juice.
All right, you get some fruit juice from the southern lands.
Cool. And she'll just go head towards the veranda,
All right.
steering like angling closer to the gathering.
Yep, I will ask you to roll a perception check again to see if you can see through the crowd.
I shall. I'm not going to use another oxy point though because I don't have I've only got a limited supply.
See.
Oh my God.
Oh, there we go. Oh, this is
Natural
fun.
20.
All right. I will say this is an NPC I've been waiting to show.
Oh, okay.
You can see sitting at the corner is a race you have never seen in person before.
Oh.
You see, when it loads,
Oh, shit.
you see a about 7 foot tall, though he is sitting, kind of perched, taking up better part of a corner booth to himself, what appears to be a humanoid lion. Just a large cat with a braided mane, long hair, very polished, well-kept armor, and just kind of sitting at the side is a axe that would normally take 2 people to hold.
Hell yeah. People like crowded around asking him questions and stuff, or?
Mm-hmm. People clearly have a lot to say to this guy, and he is answering them. You can't really hear his voice too well over the crowd, but with a natural 20, you do hear the name, and it actually does sound familiar.
Okay.
This is a pretty famous adventure that there were books about from when you were younger.
Oh, what?
Yep. This is Yaku Redmane.
Awesome.
They referred to him just
Yaku
as... They referred to him as the Gilded Lion. He was from the edge. He is supposedly from the edge of the world and wandered westward in search of glory.
Oh.
There are a lot of exploits, and there are stories dating back a better part of 100 years.
Good lord. This guy, does he look old?
No, he looks majestic.
I mean, but like, does he look like gracefully aged, you know?
No, he looks
Or
like
does
he's
he-
in his prime.
Good lord. I didn't know they could live that. Did I know they could live that long?
Nobody really knows many concrete details about the catmen of the Eastern Fringes. Just
My
that
God.
there are rumors about them being immortal, but no one's entirely sure. But you can tell definitely looking at him, just as the light moves and catches on him and he moves, his fur has a metallic sheen to it. He actually looks like he is made of gold.
Oh, awesome.
Kind of like a Turkoman horse, if you've ever seen one of those.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think so.
Hold on.
They're something else.
They
They're
don't look real.
pearlescent.
They don't.
Pearlescent horses.
Their hair is like so fine it looks like they don't have any.
Ugh.
No,
But they
not,
look like shiny, skinless horses.
Ugh. I don't like the sound of that.
No, they're fucking pretty.
Oh.
They're really pretty, actually.
I
Yeah.
know. I was making them sound more horrifying than they are.
The reason
Well,
why
no,
is they're
it's
more
the
of a.
albino one that's trippy.
Well, they look like they're an older breed of horse, so they don't have the over-muscled physiques we're used to seeing
Yeah.
with the bred-up horses today. They used to look all more like gaunt, skeletal things, and yet those horses are a lot stronger than most of the big, muscly ones.
Alright, well, she'll actually stop when she realizes who the fuck she's looking at. And mentally, she'll say, Have any of you heard of Yaku Redmane?
Oh,
Would we have?
You can elect not to have, but if you would like to take that chance, that would be a history check.
I would like to take that chance.
I'll take that chance.
Considering
I'll take
Hildegard's
that
been with the
check.
guild
I
for a
have-
while,
A lot of fucking history.
and
Yeah, no kidding.
16.
Oh my god.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
This is
14.
the only character that has ever had history. I've never been able to roll it.
So, yeah. All three of you have heard the name. I would say that Vask, it's probably just like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. Other two, a little bit more along the lines of like, you've read about him. Vara, like, for the 27, I'll let you decide what the extent of your knowledge is. Like, did you collect comic books of this man as a child?
Not quite that degree. It was more of a thing where he is the most easily recognizable and studied specimen, I guess, of his race. So she would have been told about him
Oh, for sure.
extensively.
Most famous
He
Catman.
he has made audiences with kings before, yes. Just on
Shit.
account of being what he is. Also, he's supposedly extremely strong. Like, there are tall tales of him fighting dragons mano a mano.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Demetria looks. I mean, none of you are there to see it, but she looks a little starstruck.
Is that who's over there?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
You hear pattering feet behind you, and then
Yeah,
Vara's
uh,
climbing up your back.
Hey!
so this,
She just grabs you and lifts you up. Just ask.
Ironically, grabbing you by the scruff like kitten.
Yeah.
Under her armpits,
Yes.
like that guy at Walmart.
She'll lift you up so you can see.
Go ahead, Raven.
Sorry. As this goes to the mental leak, Hildegard says, "I think I've read one of his books. My brother had one of his figures.
You have a brother?
I have a couple. Anyways, Redmane's here.
We're coming back to that later. I mean, I'm gonna try and fucking talk to him.
You'll have to push your way through a crowd.
I mean, yeah, I'm like considering.
You are also holding me at the same time.
I am also holding you now. Yeah. Do you want to talk to him, Vara?
Well, I kind of just wanted to look, but I mean, I'm here now, so if you're gonna go talk to him, I guess I'm going to.
Yeah.
She says, just dangling there, not trying to get away or anything. She just dangles.
Yeah. This is just kind of becoming this is starting to become a thing with these two. Just pick up Vara.
You're
you
like
were-
8 feet tall and I'm 5. It's easy.
Yeah. Oops.
It's like you were just, it's like, do you want to talk to him? And you were like midway to starting to yeet her over the crowd.
Be
Over
free!
on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and muscle my way through.
All right.
Should I roll for that or?
Getting through the early back fringes is fine. People are courteous, but you want to get up towards the front, that is going to take an athletics.
All right. God, let's see how fucked up I do.
25.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
It is not the hardest thing for you. There are plenty
yeah.
of people who they kind of notice, oh, okay, let's move out of the way. They can clearly tell that you're ripped and you mean business.
She's not being like rude about it unless someone is rude to her, but she's like, excuse me, pardon me.
Holding me over your head.
Yep, yeah.
Like a horrible dangling scarecrow.
My child has something to say to you.
She pulls out of nowhere a baby Bjorn and puts you in it.
Oh god. If you actually did
There's
that to
a-
her, she would kill you. She would plot your
Yeah.
death.
I will fireball myself with you in it. Alright, so you do manage to get up towards the front of the crowd, and he's not really like, he's just kind of doing pleasantries, looking at everyone. He is also in the middle of a regaling with a story. It's like, oh, yes. It's not entirely what you think, but yes, I did defeat a dragon in solo combat. A younger one, and it wasn't a contest of strength, it was a contest of voice.
A contest of voice.
Aye, don't you know? He finally makes eye contact, and you can clearly see the predatory cat-like eyes and very fanged grin.
Hell yeah.
Aloa's voice can deafen a man.
A what?
You have never heard this term before. It appears that he is referring to the name for his own race.
What did he call them?
Aloa.
Aloha. Okay. Oh, can they now?
Aye, they most certainly can.
Hmm.
Truth be told, I didn't even know I could do it. But it certainly was fun. Turns out I roar louder than the dragon, who knew? Of course, there's far many more dangers in the Eastern lands. Men of mud and stone that they conjure. It's like far more dangerous things. Have you ever heard legends of the Manticore?
Have I?
That's a new name for these parts.
Okay. No, but it sounds like it's part humans, maybe?
Eh. Not to do discredit to your race, gesturing at the nearest human in the crowd, which actually would be Vara. It is an ugly face for certain that I can see the resemblance to. It looks as though someone tried to combine one of your face with mine.
Huh.
He just stretches out and you see a retractable claw come out of one hand. It's like, and he actually starts, just not a care in the world, carving into the surface of the table. And he does a extremely crude little stick figure of a manticore.
Okay.
And I mean, like, this looks like a 6-year-old drew it.
It's close enough, though.
Little stick limbs,
Yeah.
little, like, cartoon teeth. It's like you can't tell the tail is a stinger. Like a scorpion's.
Chimera of some kind, maybe.
Been around a long time, as far as I'm aware.
Things kind of
Feel
messed
like-
up.
Indeed, it is small person.
She's still just dangling.
Yeah,
If you put her down, she's gonna get swallowed in the crowd, so...
yeah. If I put her down, she's gone. We lost her. Kelly has to make a third character.
No!
Help. Just immediate drowning in people. Just help.
Nope.
That is one of my favorite ever jokes. Is like something that is not water being treated like water.
Yeah.
drowning or like bursting out like a flood.
Just like that meme of the skeleton in the bottom of the pool, representing something being ignored until it dies.
Yeah.
It's just what happens.
Zvara.
It's all people all the way down. Oh, that's terrifying, actually. I don't like that. Take that back.
Mhm.
I didn't say any of
Zvara.
that.
Reap what you sow.
It's like that helping hands chamber in Labyrinth,
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
except worse.
You reap what you sow.
I did. It caused myself psychic damage.
This little person is Vara.
Alright.
Waves.
Can you stand?
I can, but it's probably not a good idea right now. Also, she just likes holding me for some reason. I don't know. She's got a complex.
Okay. You're putting a lot more thought into that than there is. You're just small and I am strong.
See? She just points like, see?
Indeed, there are many powerful compulsions. I too have looked at many of diminutive stature and thought I could kick them really high.
Right?
Just I haven't in a long time. Looking over to the side.
I mean, if they
But never
were
let it be
annoying-
said never let it be said the thought was not there.
If they were annoying, I
yeah.
would kick them too. They wouldn't go anywhere.
You need to find yourself
Yeah,
a
I think-
suitable child.
The laughter is in character. It was just startled.
Does anyone have a
Oh my God.
puntable child in here?
Say that.
I can't wait for someone that's like, you can kick mine. It would be an honor. Yeah, do it. I'm ready,
God,
Father.
in this guy's history, there would be.
I am
Go for
ready,
the
Father.
horizon.
I've waited for this day.
Go to
a better place,
Father.
She's a wizard. We don't need to teach her to punt small children.
Oh, fair enough.
I fear she would be unstoppable if she knew how.
Oh, you're right. You are very right.
I feel bullied.
Mm.
Demetria.
Demetria? All right. So what's the craziest thing you've ever done, since you have my attention?
Oh, look, I have to think about that.
Well, you did ride atop a fucking adult dragon up a mountain.
Yeah,
We did
Yeah.
beat the shit out of a glacial behemoth.
we did do that. We rolled on the back of an adult dragon.
Good times?
I punched my way into an ooze and ripped out its center.
Oh, you're a risk taker.
I'm angry.
Just does that little. He just does that nod, like from that gif of Christian Bale and Kermit the Frog.
It's a shame that we can't tell him our biggest catch, which is killing a fucking demigod.
Yeah.
Or talking to an original dragon in her mind.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we can't talk about those ones.
yeah. Shame that.
Shame that.
There was this
Never
weird
be
dragon
recognized for your great feats.
There's this weird dragon-eating lizard thing with like 500 legs.
Gross.
Oh god, are
Yeah,
we going to
you
become
killed
like the
it.
fantasy equivalent? Sorry.
No, you're good.
Are we going to become the fantasy equivalent of Tony Hawk? Where it's like, oh yes, these badass adventures did this like cool thing. I wonder what they're up to.
Sitting
Yeah,
right
I
there.
wonder. They're sitting right here. No,
And
really.
seriously, what are they up to right now?
This.
Yeah, and after we killed it, it was like the body was possessed by something. Shrug.
Oh, ghosts. Always fun.
Maybe a ghost? Not sure.
Lightning ghosts.
Yeah, it was calling down lightning, so.
A storm geist.
Very nice.
Can't
He
talk
just-
about the. Said can't talk about the elder hag who betrayed her coven.
No, can't talk about my arm getting ripped off, and then using said arm as a bludgeoning weapon.
Well, it's only you have provided the fun entertainment for a moment. Allow me to share in the skill. And he rises up to his full height. The crowd parts as he begins to walk. This way. He walks over
Alright.
to the outside portion. Other people naturally follow.
Yeah. Continue to carry Vara.
Yeah. Don't put her down unless you want her to disappear.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I'm carrying you.
Goodbye forever.
Roll a wisdom save to resist throwing her into the lake.
Do it. Do it.
Bye,
Yeah.
nerd.
I won't, but I will.
Do it.
Well,
You
Bye,
rolled,
Zara.
It was a
you
12.
rolled a 12, but it's an 11 because you have a negative.
God. Yup. Sure is.
Why?
there is an alternate universe out there where you yeeted Vara into the lake.
Yeetus deletus.
Yeah, and then Biter's there. It's like, hey, you found any frogs?
Just holds
Skipped
up
her
a
across
frog.
the surface like a stone.
You just sink down to the bottom, and Biter's walking around down there like a hippo.
Oh wait, no. Vara needs to cast levitate on herself, so you can skip her across the surface of the lake like a stone.
Oh my god.
Have levitate.
That is funny, though.
Yeah.
So-
we head out.
As you do, he just kind of gestures. It's like, right. Just looking through a collection of wagons parked along the other side. There. He points and bagged this on the way in. See, Central Road is being plagued by this thing, apparently. He has this.
Oh.
Jesus.
What
Oh,
the fuck
what are those?
is that?
Jesus.
Ah,
What the fuck is that?
Oh no!
Who the
Weirdly
fuck are
familiar.
these things even have?
Vara's just gonna look at it and go, look over and goes, nice.
Right?
That's some kind of
Well,
monkey?
Just you? Do you have companions?
I had a little help. It was mostly me, though. Bum rushed a caravan I was guarding. And I figured, why not?
She
I re-
grins at him very wide.
I ripped out its heart, stuffed its own fist into its mouth, made it bite down on it. It was fun.
She looks back at the corpse. Does it look? Can I see any of those injuries?
Yes. You
Oh
have
my
dark
God.
vision and it's starting to get dark. You'd be able to see that.
Is the fist still in its mouth?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh my god.
Which fist is it?
It is the right front in this instance.
Whew, she whistles.
I should also specify this is a gargantuan sized creature.
Oh,
my
God.
god. Fucking.
Yeah.
So- this is the entire
Right.
wagon then.
It's not the same, you know, the different beast, so to speak, but we killed the Fellspawn on the way here.
Oh, always welcome. The roads are safer for it.
Yeah, some made of shadow and can control gravity.
Hate the ones that can disappear. Annoying.
Yeah, that one was in the shadow before it came up and tried to get us.
Sneaky. Well,
Yeah.
you took care of it then.
Yeah, talked too.
Oh. This one did not. Only closest thing it did is I'm pretty sure it was aware that it messed with the wrong guy.
Well, it should've
From
thought of
what I
that
hear,
first.
that's very true.
If it hadn't charged you, it wouldn't be dead.
Deductive logic, yes.
It picked the fight. It picked the bad one.
It started it. hate them.
Yeah,
What
that
brings
is.
you this way?
It is a job of sorts. A job that became something of a hobby.
Oh,
You'll find out in time.
I see. Can I insight that?
Sure.
11.
11. It seems pretty clear that what he means what he says. He just doesn't want to spoil something.
Okay.
It's always
Guess we
fun
met the
seeing-
living legend mentioned before by Jolene.
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but, like, curious. It's not every day you talk to somebody who was a hero when you were a child and is still actively doing things.
I always love coming back whenever I can.
Coming back.
I haven't been here in a long time,
Oh, okay.
but
Have you ever been to Ibrana?
once or twice, I've been all over Radar.
You're, the first... Oh, God. I heard stories of you when I was a child.
I've been
But you
wandering
are-
around. I've been wandering around here for more than one of your lifetimes, so I can imagine
Fascinating. I
so.
didn't know you could live that long.
My people live pretty long lives. Not as long as a furbolg's, but close.
Very impressive.
Well, a life is only impressive if you live it so.
You are right, yes. You must make the life count, but
It's got me this far. Well, Demetria, Vara, it's been lovely. One more good
Ah,
experience for this.
she'll offer a hand.
He takes it. It is a very much a predator handshake energy to it.
Hell yeah!
I would offer a hand too, but I'm afraid he's gonna break my arm accidentally.
He would accidentally swat you into the lake.
he needs to make a wisdom save to not throw Vara into the lake.
You are very puntable.
Small child.
Hey, now control yourself.
This is me controlling myself as he winds back.
Well, I can't say I expected to ever meet you, but I'm honored.
Well, maybe next time we meet, your name will be alongside mine.
Oh, maybe. I don't know about that.
Never know. Live like you want to. Just hits you around the shoulder, chest areas. Pretty decent amount of force. If you were smaller, it would have caused damage.
Oh my god. Does it cause damage to Vara?
She's
It would have. It would have. No, you just would have gone Gary's mod physics for a moment and just ragdolled over the horizon for a few seconds.
She does that
Domestic.
in her brain every day anyway.
Yeah, I'm immediately thinking of that scene from the Hoodwinked or whatever. The giant, do I amuse you? Am I some sort of clown to you? With a single backhand sends them flying across the room. They start ricocheting off things like a pinball.
Bye, Vara.
It's fine. I'm farther away from my parents now. Speaking of, I'm going to use the vantage point I have to peek around and see if there's any sign of that.
Okay. Perception check.
Since I'm being held up. Nope.
11. Okay.
Yeah.
It is a big crowd.
Can I argue that the vantage point gives her advantage?
There are a lot of other tall people here.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
So, looking around, it's busy. There's a lot of different folks. You are near Yaku, which means you are getting a lot of eye contact. So, it's hard to tell if people are staring at you because of that or because they are looking for you. So, you cannot tell with that.
Okay.
Okay.
The
We're also being
energy,
held with a small dog.
the energy
Sorry.
seems pretty good, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Oh shit, that's right. And he's just like, sorry, I have to do the thing. And he just kind of points and awkwardly starts shuffling through the crowd towards the center of the room.
Okay. She'll head back. And just Savara. Holy shit, that was so fucking cool, right?
God, calm down.
Don't get excited that much. Shut up.
Don't be a nerd.
She's teasing
Says
you.
the fucking wizard.
By the way, it's very clear that she is teasing you because she smirks at you
Yeah.
afterwards.
She'll smirk back at you. I honestly wasn't sure he was real.
I mean, he's very shiny.
Very shiny, right? Like, not just the armor, but the fur is shiny.
He's just overall shiny. Wonder what he's doing.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with what Jolene mentioned, but...
Yep, and as you're saying that, you do hear a bell begin to ring, and the crowd begins to grow quiet. Just, state of the realm! You just hear calling out from some of the people.
We join them at the table, plop Vara back down in her seat.
Down your little booster seat.
She would need a booster seat.
Yeah.
Oh, no, fuck. You picked one of the big, tall races, the large race tables.
All you see over the top of it is her hat.
You could have picked a better spot. All right.
Oh my god.
So, the crowd dulls down to quiet. The lighting gets a bit more dim, and you see two Dragonborn walk over, and they tilt up a pair of tables and have them positioned at kind of a diagonal angle and then lean them up against the wall. And you see planted into the tables with daggers is a map of the whole continent.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Jolene is standing up at the front with Yaku right next to her. A bit more serious than before. Welcome, one and all, to the first state of the realm of the spring. That is very true. You need to pick a giant race at some point next time.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm gonna. Next time I play a character, it's gonna be something.
I'll put money on that. Because I don't know you can resist the urge to be small gremlin.
I can't. That's the problem.
And I
Just-
like to be.
it
I
just-
tend to be. To have characters who are tall.
Mhm.
All you need to, there's an easy solution. Just make a giant barbarian of a small race.
This is true. This
yes.
is what I did.
Best of both worlds.
So real quick before the State of the Realm starts,
Mhm.
I would like to send Laugan to the rafters to just kind of overwatch the room.
Sure.
Also just so I can get a better view of the table and what they're talking about.
He
And-
gets up. He very quickly gets up high. He can very rapidly see he is not alone up there. There are other familiars. up there as well.
Oh shit! Huh?
Looks around. There's a cat looking at him. It just does just nods and goes back to looking. There's an owl over nearby. There's a hawk. There's a few rats. There's a toad somehow.
That's the closet.
It's Potato Fairy.
But yeah, it's mostly so she can listen in and get a better view of things.
He just settles into the corner. Then very rapidly gets competition when another familiar comes up that is a seagull.
Oh my god.
Rat
Who
off.
picked that?
Oh god, it's just like that fucking Pixar short, all the birds sitting on the power line.
Yes. Well, I would probably peck it in the side until it moved on. Not like hard peck, which is like poke poke. Don't crowd any poke poke.
Looks at him with gremlin eyes and then goes back to just, it does scoot away a little bit.
Alright.
You'd feel the smug satisfaction.
Oh, satisfied because it annoyed somebody.
Yeah. That'd rise out of you.
All right. Well, normally we call on volunteers for any region of the area to know where we might have been, but we have a rather well-traveled fellow here with us tonight. A couple of them, in fact, but Mr. Yaku's kindly volunteered to speak in his behalf of what his travels have shown him. Aye, that I have. So, welcome all. It's been many years since I was last at the river's end. He points over at Jolene. You were just a child at the time, I believe.
Damn.
I've seen much of this continent, and I've grown to love it.
Oh.
Nope, wrong one.
I just said it's fucking ominous. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, oh no, it's the tension soundtrack.
That's the band in the corners, lubing up the instruments like, sorry.
Sorry, misfire.
We're on the wrong sheet.
Misread the room.
God damn it, Travis. You can't do this to me again.
This doesn't usually happen to me, okay?
That's the one I wanted. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Northlands, as you all know, were besieged by an early winter. Rather a harsh one at that. Most of us were left marooned for a time wherever we just so happened to be. The thaw came quickly here in Breveland, at least. It's rather sporadic. In terms of where things have been and where they're going, well, rather chaotic times are ahead, I am afraid. Just kind of looks over at the maps, like, is there anywhere anyone would like to inquire about specifically first?
Looks to Hildegard.
See, I'm terribly curious if our dear, well-traveled friend knows anything about Ankelba. If anyone has gotten in and out, it's probably him.
So look at
It
Hildegard.
comes from the east.
Yeah. I'll ask if you don't want to.
Oh, she does. She's just gonna try and raise her voice enough. Because it's just, what do the roads to Galmada look like?
He does look over your way.
She will actually stand up. It's just so it's easier to see her.
Fascinating treks, that. Heading to Galmada from here, you're in for an interesting time. I'll not lie to you. I came from that way myself. Not much has happened that I am aware of in Galmada itself. Some of the noble homes have been moving about. Tensions with the Furbolg in the Southlands, apparently. I'm not on friendly terms with that mood. could not tell you exactly what has transpired. But I can say, whatever your feelings are on them, I'm not here to speak on. Suppose the tensions in Breveland are high. No matter which path you take, you will likely encounter some manner of unrest. As many of you already know, but for those who are not from here or hoping to pass through, the Southlands have opened their gates to the Reich to the south.
What's the reaction in the room when he mentions
Yeah,
that?
what's the vibe of that?
Solemn.
Okay.
Some folks nodding, some shaking their heads. Everybody's just pretty intent to listen at the moment. This is most of the adventuring types you can see. This is a very important thing that they are listening very keenly to.
Right?
Yeah.
The Jarl of Alpenge has basically allowed them permanent room and board there, and they have been marching about through the Southlands for some time. I happened upon, on the way here, the aftermath of a battle between their forces and what appeared to be troops from Grindhall.
Ooh.
There were far more bodies from Grindhall than from the Reich. I know not what their aims are, but I have seen signs of their presence as far west as... Let me see. There we go. I've seen their presence as far west as in Coswall. What they're doing, I don't know. I passed through. Whereas Grindhall itself, quiet. I will not lie to you, for those of you who simply seek a life of work free from political matters. I do fully believe that the Reich aims at a more imperial grasp in the future.
There's a very, strained look on Demetrius' face.
And
they
Vasco
used
actually. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Vasco raised his voice to be heard. We were just up in Abrana for the winter. 2 of the judges were up there.
That gets some murmurs. Definitely get some prolonged eye contact from this golden lion man. Just, judges. That would certainly explain the slaughter.
Ooh,
I've never gotten to cross swords with one of them yet. Always heard they can't be killed. But either way, I sense change on the horizon, and I will not lie to you. I was present in the valley for parts of the Helian War. Back then, the Reich was simply known as the Legion of the Sun. They marched about, aiding folk. I aided them myself at some points in time when I happened to be in the area. But their actions now do not resemble those of a score year back. Not at all. Their aims are not protection, their aims have become control. Whatever that means to you, that change is likely on the horizon. Do not be surprised if the next time you are here, the map has to be redrawn.
Ugh.
There's some solemn murmurs. Definitely tell people are trying to keep their opinions to themselves largely.
Yeah, Demetrius trying, but her face is clearly like she's trying to hold it in.
But there is one thing that the Reich's presence means. It means that whatever roads they travel through will be clear of danger. which could potentially mean losses of work for you. So if you are heading west, you may have some dry spells. That, for the first time, gets a pretty consistent amount of ugh. Just, of course. It's like, can't they just leave this to the professionals kind of murmuring?
Mm-hmm.
At least that means an easy trip.
Now, any other matters before, or should I move on to the things I know?
Yeah, and Kelba is where
Hmm?
Fuckface is, right?
Ichabod was there when you scryed upon him, yes.
Ichabod von Suckstick.
Thank you. What about then Kelba?
There are actually a few laughs from the crowd at the mention of that. Yaku looks over at you a little bit surprised. That is the one area I could not answer. I swore an oath not to return there until my tasks were complete. And that is all I can say.
Oh. Can I insight that?
If you wish.
Yeah, like there's something there.
DC's not going to be low for this.
Yeah, no, I guess I gotta try.
22. All right. You don't know anything about the culture of the Loa people or anything, but you get the vibe that that probably has something to do with it. There's probably some kind of higher purpose or calling that he is answering to, but you could definitely tell that he means what he says. He's not been down in
Okay.
Kelba in a very long time.
I mean, if he's
Okay.
been a big name just in the Westlands for a good 100 years,
Yeah. So give him an understanding nod.
Well, let me see. Now, the valley has been quiet, to my knowledge. It appears that the Reich's grasp there has resulted in what could be called peace. They've begun sending more envoys out into the neighboring Visra and Siginia. Now, that is an interesting story. Siginia's winter was brutal. Not from the weather, but from subterfuge. Vampires.
Oh.
Agents and assassins from the Zlastimiri Mountains came down and began attempting to exterminate certain members of noble homes. Fortunately, the efforts were largely thwarted, in no small part due to agents of the Reich that were there.
Hmm.
And as a result, Siginia has fully ceded into becoming a vassal state of the Reich.
Ugh.
They likely will be making more moves into Golmada from here, sending out more men to do our jobs for us, which gets a few kind of humorless laughs from the crowd. Now, the only other matter, the one that I have the least amount of concrete intelligence on, as many of you know, he looks around and the Reich is a lot less kind to the Yorok people than they used to be.
Oh.
There are a lot of Yorok in the crowd, actually, and you see just about all of them are making faces like you were before.
Okay.
Breveland has been a bastion of your people for some time. Once upon a time, so was Dwesler. But unfortunately, many of them have been pressured into seeking a roof over their heads elsewhere. I cannot confirm details, but I have heard tell that most of them are heading south into their ancestral lands, a dangerous journey. There is, from what I have heard, a new king in the Delta. They call him the Brazen One. That is all I have heard. And Yorok has begun going there and not returning for so long. When I first came into the Westerlands, it was through the Delta. The place has been an inhospitable wasteland, infertile and home to all manner of venomous beasts. And yet, through sheer force of will, it appears that the Yorok are taming it.
Oh shit.
Now, I wish I could say more details on that. And what you do with that knowledge is up to you.
Demetria, those of you near here she's clearly holding her tongue.
Should the Yorok seek to make their own land again, I think that would be a noble thing. The callousness of an angry, jealous god is something that no one deserves. But you certainly all have made the best of what's happened. And I wish you all luck in whatever endeavors come your way. I have a feeling, if the rumors of the actions in the Delta are true, they might quite possibly be the greatest challenge to the Reich if they aim to expand. If the Delta is made fertile again, it would be quite the powerhouse.
Hmm. Whispers to the others. Probably the best case scenario at this point.
Can't say I'd mind having the Yoroks teach the fucking Reich a lesson.
I'd happily lend them a hoot. Is that racist?
I don't know, is it?
I don't know.
Just find another Yorok. Excuse me, is it racist to say that?
I sure as hell ain't gonna ask.
Alright. Are there any other matters those wish to inquire about? We're getting close to the extent of my knowledge, I'm afraid.
Has there been any notable first one waking up? Any that we should keep an eye on?
There is something.
I fear with this early winter and I feel with how strange the winter has been that that is not going to be as it usually is.
There have been some stories, aye. If you head south, there is, my own accounts passing through a few towns. There is one in particular. There was a strange blight. I could not say what. It had only lasted for a certain amount of time and then moved on. Multiple towns spoke of the same event. No one's entirely sure of the details. But suddenly, crops died, livestock grew ill, and then it just stopped as soon as it began.
Blight moved.
So it seems.
Oh.
And the creature we've encountered, wherever it goes, it leaves behind fertile land, doesn't it?
Yeah. Could that be connected to the creature that's been recently been about making fertile land?
You hear some murmurs of agreement there. Just, I haven't heard anything about that, but possible. That certainly is a parallel.
Hmm.
Well, he goes into a few more details, answers a few more questions, mentions, there's people asking some pretty obvious, very business things, like, with the Reichs getting more active, will the road to the Hound's Teeth still be open? Things like that. A lot of people seem more concerned just with their next paycheck than the grander political actions of the world, but if they impact the job, that certainly bears paying attention to.
Does anyone seem happy to hear about the Reich?
There are people who seem less displeased than others, mostly humans.
Of course.
It's kind of hard to find any Yorocker in the area. Some dragons are kind of indifferent to it. But it's a pretty mixed reaction.
Yeah.
And so the state of the realm comes to a close. The table's put back up. Jolene steps forward and just claps her hands, brings everyone back to the same, less somber energy as before. Saying, well, with that business concluded, all of you mingle, get yourselves acquainted, get cozy. Main performance will begin shortly when he's ready. I'll say something. I can't keep it in any longer. He is clearly beaming with excitement here. I thought Yaku Redmane gracing our banister would be enough of a treat for the night, but it turns out he's brought company. Company that I thought I'd never get to meet, on account of the fact that he's not been seen in these parts for a good 30 years. And before that, 100. We have here performing tonight Lim, the Gleeman. A bard who has been around, almost supposedly, if the legends are true, nearly as long as humans have.
What?
But tall tales are what they are. But I'll let his performance speak for itself. Eagerly await. Don't go anywhere. And she proceeds back, and though a little hushed, some people looking around, the mood begins to return.
So,
The word Gleeman takes me back to reading Wheel of Time.
I've been waiting. I've tried asking this a couple times, but does Vesk recognize anybody that's here?
I'd say like nobody from your old days are in the area at this exact moment, no.
Okay.
Not tonight.
Mitria does heavily lean back into her chair and let out a long sigh.
What soured your cud?
Glares at him.
I
Oh,
think
God,
that
wonder
was
what could-
actually racist.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I wonder what could have me upset, Vask. No, I'm sorry, that's not fair. That's not fair, Vask, I'm sorry.
You've just been kind of quiet all night, just sitting there.
The Reich, obviously.
No, yes, I know.
More and more, I realize how much of a hold they have. I don't know. I feel like more confrontations with them are a definitive when rather than a maybe, than an if. I'm worried about this.
Garm will reach out and do a little like shoulder pat of fuck, I can't remember the word.
Reassurance?
Something like that. The solidarity. That's it.
Okay, okay. But, you know, the muscles do tense under the pat. But she doesn't, like, just pull away.
Mm-hmm.
Vask actually does get up and walk away.
Oh.
He's just going outside to have his. You see him as he's walking out, he's pulling out his pipe. But he just goes
shit,
outside.
I think I shouldn't have snapped. I shouldn't have snapped at him. Yeah, I guess I should go talk to him. Apologize.
I'll stay over here with the others, see if we can order any dinner.
Thank you, Gorm. Pick it up and follow Vask out.
All right. So
You said there's like a little veranda thing looking at, or like a balcony, or a
yep,
porch.
looking out at the lake. Yeah, it's kind of an outdoor patio space where there are tables and railing. The sun has gone down at this point, so the lake is lit by starlight and lanterns.
Yeah, he's just kind of standing out there, having a smoke, just looking.
He'll come out.
I'm sure he's not the only one out there.
Oh, there's
Well,
people, yes. More of them are inside now that it's gotten dark, but like people were out there to watch the sunset, but that's come and gone. So some people, mostly folk just looking for a little quiet.
Pull out her own a cigarette, light it. Kind of take a second to figure out how to smoke a cigarette with her new face.
Gotta stick
From
it
the
to the
side.
side. From the side.
Yeah, yeah. Vask,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry about that.
About. He seems a little
Snapping at
confused.
you. Snapping at you.
I make bad jokes. It's fine.
Still,
Things
Are you
get
alright?
tense. I try to de-escalate, and doesn't go well usually. So
I do appreciate you, though, Vask. You're probably the most level-headed one amongst us.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Although, yeah, long time ago, and I guess not even that long. That would make me laugh. To hear that.
were you less level-headed when you were younger?
Oh, yeah, back when I wasn't fast.
Did you change your
Oh,
name?
I mean, oh yeah, I had to. I was on the run. I was just thankful I managed to keep the tattoos hidden. No, I've talked about briefly. I was not exactly a good person. There might be some bounties still out there under another name, but
Nah. I hope I don't find them. I might have to try and collect on them.
mm,
Oh god. Fucking changeling hack. Fucking she shapeshifts into Vask to get
No!
turned in.
oh god.
Breaks out.
Wait, isn't that the scam they're doing in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
Are you okay, Vesk?
Infinite gold hack.
Am I okay?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You have been very quiet tonight.
I don't know.
You can talk about it if there is something else to ask.
But I was just being quiet tonight myself.
I mean, I just making sure. If it's just you are being quiet, that's fine. I just want to make sure, because... Yeah.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine.
Okay. Just silently...
Trying not to think
stand
about
fast.
how we're going to be going directly into the Reich's stronghold here in Breveland, but
Yeah. She'll, like, just eye around for, like, anyone listening.
Make a perception check.
All
All right. There are about 4 people out there on the veranda at this exact moment. There's a couple of kobolds. But then you remember that they can see in the dark really, really well, so they're probably just out here having normal conversation because they don't realize it's as nighttime-ish as it is for everybody else. There is a human over there in the corner. Looks like a rogue.
Hmm.
Looks like they're a little too busy brooding to be listening.
Okay.
well, there is still the mental link up. Didn't close that.
Yeah. She just does a look around, and she will mentally say, "Learn's sister, Vask. I can't just trust that information to just get to her on the grapevine. That's a terrible thing to learn in the leather."
No, I understand.
I don't want to go near them either, but...
No,
feel I
trust
need
me,
to know
I understand the need and why we're going, and I've already accepted that. It's still, the anxiety of knowing what's ahead.
Yeah. We run it if... I don't want to see... I hate that we're walking right into their house. And I'm the one choosing, and I'm the one who's asking us to do it. I hate it.
I mean, I do have friends there. There are people I would like to check up on there, and honestly, El Pench is probably the best place that we're gonna find someone, around here to, help me with what I'm trying to build. So we all have reasons to go there,
Yeah, I just don't...
or at least most of us do.
Yeah.
We just gotta make sure we, gotta keep Varna safe, gotta keep you safe.
if it comes to it, Vask, like, we need to keep them safe.
I'd prefer we keep all of us safe, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I would prefer to, but my
Spider's looking up for Gurm. He's fine.
mentally, she says, a changeling is a little more interesting than most of what our party has.
I mean, that's why you're trying out the new role.
I didn't know I was, but I didn't know the rank were so.
Against the Yoriks lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might throw a hitch, but
It's got me worried. But everything's got me worried. We might have to directly face the Reich more than once. Aside from him.
you know, I prefer dealing with Fellspawn over other people when it comes to conflicts. Fellspawn you can
Yeah.
understand even if you don't understand them. People,
They're-
they do what they do for whatever the fuck they want to convince themselves for.
Yeah. The Feldspawn, they're typically here to eat and live and survive. They do it in fucked up ways, but with people you have motives.
I mean, think of Fellspawn. They're a disease. They're an infection. We're the surgeons. Gotta get out. Trying to.
It's not the way I've heard that put before, but you're not wrong.
Fellspawn are all, give me your spleen, whereas people are like, give your spleen to God.
Imagining, even though it's mental, you do a little jazz hands thing with that. Just, oh.
There's a snort. A mental snort?
A mind snort.
A mind snort.
There's a new cantrip.
Mind
Oh, no.
snort?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zidane can cast that.
Make someone have to do a concentration check. That's all it does. Actually,
Very
that'd be
good.
really broken.
That would be very exceedingly useful. A mage is trying to cast their almighty 9th level meteor swarm, and they just hear in their head, Snorp.
Shit's going to be complicated, Veth.
I learned that, however many decades ago when I crawled out of a rubble of a tower, I broke with my mind.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, that's a... Yeah. If I help you kill, you know who. You help me kill, I'll help you kill yours if you help me kill mine.
Well, just, again, mentally, it's just like, well, knowing what yours are, I mean, I think the judges are kind of pissed at me too already. I kind of sass talked one of them when she was listening to our psychic conversation.
Yeah, fucking, I'm impressed, but also horrified.
It was an impulse control thing. I'm not used to when people like are the ones to talk back, or the ones to like. I gotta taste my own medicine, and I panicked. Okay.
No, I get you.
Well, you
I
kinda suck about
understand.
that,
I understand, but I am still I can't judge you because I've been the one who's I've been the one who's been in that position. So I'm not judging you, but yeah,
Yeah,
this is
through the mental link,
not helpful.
you get like a memory of a few of the other times Nat has spoken like would try to piss off Shemaeus, and it's just like, oh yeah, I understand, I get it.
Hey, look at that did kind of get us to that I think that probably helped us endear us to Ruben. He seemed to appreciate someone not taking shit.
I know Dimly thought that was the funniest shit.
Good. Dimly has good taste. He likes water, after all. Do not tell her I
Speaking
said
of
that.
whom, what are the other three doing? I'm taking too much time. I'm sorry.
No, I'm role playing with you. Wait, what are the other three doing?
Isn't this telepathic conversation open and public between all of you?
No. No,
I thought we could. I thought we said that sometimes the telepathic bond. I mean, also, oh God,
I'm letting you guys decide that.
Telepathic things.
I
mean, technically, I could have done the awakened mind. Oh, that's the warlock thing, but the one-on-one psychic thing.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I just wanted to make sure what you were doing, just in case there was a potential for some comedy there.
There's already
Just
comedy.
It's like, you like VAR after all, and you just hear, "Aw," collectively from everyone else.
Disgusting.
I'd assume the other three are ordering food for when.
Yes. There are, it's spring, winter just passed, so it's not the greatest of things. They do have some roast goose. They've got some root vegetables that have been ground up and added in. A few berries left over from the winter from some of the plants that were a little hardier. It's a nice, well-balanced meal. And the goose is very well cooked.
Yeah. Order just a mixture of goose and other types of foods.
Yep, they have gotten a few imports in. There's some ale. There's actually a little bit of wine. But so, as you two can hang out there on the Outlook, having a telepathic conversation, as long as you please. If the other three of you want to have anything to say or do, or if you're just all too busy just stuffing your face and be like, man, this is really fucking good. They're missing out.
Yeah, I can exactly picture biting into a goose where it's like it's got the juices.
Mm-hmm.
Nice and golden crisp.
It's
he'll
very well cooked.
He'll got to make sure to put like 2 smaller plates beside hers so the raven can eat and not have to steal. They'll do it anyways, but it lessens the frequency.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there are menus, did I have to like grab a bird and like hold it to the menu?
All right, sweetie, what do you want? Tell mommy.
They'll eat fucking whatever. They don't care.
Yes. I mean, that's how you could summon them back in. It's like, you two better get back in. The birds are getting your dinners.
Mhm.
Yeah, they both immediately go over. They see the little baby plates with like some slivers of meat. Then they just both collectively look over and see the plates meant for Vask and Demetria. Just slowly look over at Hildegard.
To be
Whenever
fair,
they
she
do
put-
that, Garb just kind
Slowly
of
plenty on that.
makes eye contact with them.
And slowly looks back over at the two bigger plates.
Like, to be
Raug
fair,
takes
she-
one. Raug takes one little hop towards the bigger plates.
Like a dog protecting a bone when the other dog gets too close.
I want the.
Raug
just want-
shoots. Go ahead.
No, go.
It's like Raug shoots this little. I thought we were cool, man. Look over at Garm and hops back over towards his counterpart.
It's like Hildegard did actually like put a good amount of food on the little plates.
Yeah,
Yes,
but they're it's them.
It's
So
big-
a good
It's the
amount is not
principle of the
enough.
matter.
But
It's still
bigger
little plates versus
plates.
big plate. Yeah.
It's the principle of the matter.
Yeah,
She's gonna shoot them a look and like, look. You can think about other plates once you finish yours.
because what if someone steals your plate?
Yeah. What if someone takes your plate?
They shoot glances at each other.
As they glance at each other, and suddenly there's a weasel taking something from their plate, darting away.
Oh no.
Oh,
I was just gonna
God.
say, this place must be chaos from all the familiars.
there's a few here and there, yeah, and they are all moving about. Some of them are more well behaved than others, though. Not you guys, as though.
And
Yes.
they're not causing trouble outside their table. That's
Oh.
as behaved as they are.
Well, Scatha just dropped the bomb that Soccer just stole some of the Raven's food, so don't
Oh,
speak
no.
too quickly.
This is fair.
Just they both just stare, their mouths speak slightly agape.
The Kill Bill siren starts.
Stares motherfuckeredly.
He just war
She's like-
dances a little bit and like looks at him like, "Snooze, you lose, bitch."
And just Hildegard nods like, yeah, that's what's going to happen if you're not paying attention now, isn't it?
They both puff up their feathers. Each one of their respective pair of eyes glows green. They start hopping forward with intent.
She's going to reach forward and do a very light tap on the back of their heads. It's like, nope,
They slump and look back.
come on.
Soccer literally only took one piece out of the plate. That's the funny part. They still have two plates that are largely full of food over there.
Hildegard will take like large chunk of goose and split it between them. Blah. From her
They
own
just-
plate, of course.
They stare over at Soccer eating that morsel as though they've just lost something beautiful and precious that they will never get
God.
back.
He's taking his time, making eye contact.
Yeah, as a fucking dog owner, I could just imagine Hildegard is like, you have food right there. It's right there. No one's even gonna fight you for it. But looking over is like, but what if your food was meant for bird?
Yeah.
At the point, they just. Raug turns and just slumps down, defeated. Almost looks like he's gonna cry. And Laug just comes over and just unfurls a wing and puts it around him a little bit, and they both tap their little feet over to their plates and start eating.
Yeah, they are absolutely children. Crow Mother sends her silliest soldiers to her strongest acolytes.
It's like, oh yeah, acolytes and eyes of a dread semi-divine thing in the woods. Pants of these two crying over the loss of a single chunk of goose.
What if
Oh,
that
it's-
was the best thing we'll ever eat?
Mother loves us not.
Mother loves us nevermore.
Yeah.
It's like I gave you some off my own plate.
They are pining hard.
Jail for mother.
Jail for Weasel!
Yeah.
He's just sitting up there, straight up, like weasels sit up to look for stuff, and just perched there, so pleased with himself. I've ruined your nights.
I live in your heads now.
Rent free. Not that I'd pay rent if I was living there anyway.
I'm gonna stuff away some of the goose.
All right.
So you would come back and eat too.
You'd
Yeah.
eventually be drawn in by hunger. You'd see the goose and various berries and vegetables and any drinks you should so choose waiting for you. And you can clearly see just the sadness of these two birds as they are eating a very, very well portioned out plate that most either of you think, wow, isn't that a little much to give them? But they look like they've just been stabbed in the heart.
She's just eating food to what's wrong with them?
Hildegard sighs as she she swivels the goblet of wine she has, wine mom style, and just
Horse girl and wine mom.
They're sulking.
it's just society. It's just like, well, the weasel stole from one of their plates when they were trying to eat your and Vask's. I warned them it was
yeah,
gonna
that'll do
happen.
I could just imagine one of the.
Turnabout seems like fair play.
I can just
Yes.
imagine one of the ravens flops onto the table dramatically. Misery. Everyone is enemy.
Just weird little barking
Float
sound.
the, float the bird up, shift it over, drop it in their food plate beak first. There you go, buddy.
Oh, don't bother. I tried. They're inconsolable, apparently.
Just rolls over on his back, feet sticking straight up like he's dead.
Look,
No
if I get you
food, fill heart hole.
if I get you two a small cup of wine, will you chill out?
We're underage. I'm kidding. They don't actually say that. I just couldn't resist.
She'd squint at them so hard of like, yeah, sure.
It's like, right? It's like, yeah, I'm underage. Says you. More for me.
Oh my god.
This doesn't pull them out of their slump at all.
Let me roll for them. All right. Laug is still very surly and very committed to the bit.
Yeah,
Wow. Raug decides to just he just does lean up and look over at you, looks at the wine glass and drown my sorrows.
Shoves entire head into the goblet, start bubbling.
But yeah, she'll get them 2 cups of. For them, it's quite a bit of wine.
That's what you
Whatever.
need. You need your eyeballs to be drunk.
Oh god,
At this point, she'll
they're
take them
your
drunk.
beer goggles.
No. She'll take them drunk over miserable drama queens.
Well, you been giving them
What
wine?
if they're sad drunks?
Yeah, what if they're sad
Well,
drunks?
no.
The Ravens, there's no way they're sad drunks.
Should you be giving them
Vasquez
wine?
just-
No, probably not, but they're not literal ravens either.
Mm.
I could
Yeah,
just
Vas-
imagine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just puts down a little jar with blub in it and goes, I mean, blub is, very behaved. Just drops in a piece of, goose bone and just starts fizzing and dissolving in it.
Yep.
Look how good he is.
Ugh.
Never leaves his jar. Click.
Am I the
I mean,
only
really
one? Wait,
bad.
wait. Wait a minute. Am I the only one here without some kind of companion?
Wow, thanks.
I mean,
No, you have soccer.
Loser.
No, that's what the rest of she just gestures to all of us like, wow, thanks. I feel like chopped liver.
No,
Uh-huh.
you have soccer. Vasquez has blub. Garm has
I mean-
biter.
hold up a fizzing jar of slime. Because I mean, I'm not gonna say they're very good conversationalists.
It's overrated, I promise you.
You have ridden them into battle several times now.
Well, yeah, but I'm using. Okay, fine, I get your point.
To be fair, Demetria, you are a little asocial.
You know,
I
you're
mean,
not wrong.
Maybe a
If you
cat would have
want,
helped
I
with
could
that.
cut blub in half.
Friendship
fine.
bracelets are out of style. You want the friendship jellos?
Fine, Vav.
Oh no. Oh, those were very low con saves.
Oh no.
What?
Hey,
Mom,
watch this! And you watch as Raug literally T-poses out with his wings and falls directly and face plants onto the floor.
Watch this from my point of view.
Yeah, she has to
Oh my
migrate
God.
her vision over to Laug because Raug just face plants.
They are both already drunk off their asses.
Oh my god.
Laug
Garb.
starts,
Three little lovers.
Laug
Garb
starts
leads over.
singing.
Oh god, it's a raven singing. Very croaky.
With a drunken sailor.
Reese's Puffs,
Oh.
Reese's Puffs.
No,
God.
So,
hand raises
and
with knife
Vasquez
and
just like, oh, pre-show? Opening act?
Yeah, Garb leads over and just gently scoops up the bird, puts it onto the table.
You could not tell if this bird was alive or not at a quick glance.
It just falls into a heap of feathers.
Tongue is lolling.
Nah, I mean, got it. Demetria leans over the bird and
Poke it.
I think you might need to get sober.
Mother said it was okay.
Just give him some bread.
Just a sigh. It's just. On the other hand,
Yeah, well, your mother's not used to taking care of ravens yet, so
I've had them for a couple months now.
she looks at you and then looks from you
Hey.
with a bird
I think
that's
you should
fucking.
clarify.
A parent who's had kids for several months is still a new parent.
Yeah, she looks at you, looks for the bird, looks back at you like,
Laug has started dancing a little bit.
Aww.
He is tippy tapping his little feet.
Aw.
Like, is there a fucking familiar wine cooler thing going on in this tavern?
The familiars join up to shit talk.
There's like a little like water jug dispenser for all the familiars to gather around and swap
Oh,
gossip
just-
about their masters.
There's a little
The
closet in the
Toad's talking with
suit.
the imp.
Yeah, it's run by a closet. Yeah, there's just a frog there. And the closet's no shit.
Yeah, I hear that, buddy.
Got one cat for two.
Tell me about it.
Chain smoker closet. Going through Tomes of Beasts, I was very tickled with the ale drakes.
They are very funny.
Oh yeah. Also, rum gremlins.
Yeah, rum gremlins.
Rumblins.
Rumlins.
Rum does
It's
make
time
up
to
a
get
brand.
sloshed.
Oh. With bird shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sign of this bard?
Make a perception check.
Oh god.
You still want to talk to Jolene?
Yeah. Oh my
Neat.
god.
May I
Nope.
make a perception as well?
Sure.
No, I'll look for Jolie just in case.
Good. All right. She is not out on the floor at the moment, though you can say that having scoped it out well enough to have seen all the faces. She appears to have gone back behind somewhere, out of view.
It appears Jolene has stepped off the stage, as it were.
Hmm.
I think I asked this earlier in the session, but do we know why has...
She's not told you
Has,
why.
Okay.
She said she wants
I didn't mean
to.
to cut you off, Garm.
No.
Nope.
That was... You're good. No,
I
I'm looking at
suppose
it,
may
but,
or this may or this may be or may not be the best time to seek her out.
I'll take a look around. I'll take a look for her, see if it's now's a good time, I suppose. To grab, like, rip off a big chunk of her food and then slide it to the drunk bird.
Trips and falls
So-
over.
Does it seem like there's still time to go before the show?
It looks like it said it would be very soon, so if you have anything you need to do, I'd make it quick, but you've got
Okay,
time.
this might be, this is something that I have to do afterwards, so I'll wait.
Okay.
She'll
Alright,
just-
so Yep, no problem. You get up and look around. Mostly you just see adventurers. There's been some alcohol consumed in a lot of different places. There's a few more animated stories going around. You overhear a few conversations from groups about where they're planning on going, some debates over where the best work would be.
Okay. She'll just,
Some-
like, walk around and just look, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Lump if she needs to.
Okay. Yep. All right. So if you approach Lump, what do you ask?
You know where Jolene is, and if now's a good time to ask her something?
Probably back into the her office if I had to guess. Making sure about some things. If she's not out on the floor, that's usually where she is.
Do you think she'd mind the knock at the door?
If you overhear any folk talking, I'd give her a minute, but sure.
Alright. Go ahead. Which way is that?
In the back, behind the bar. It's all good.
Alright, thank you. I'll head that way.
All right. Slipping out into the back chambers, you could all see her head that way. It leads to a nice, very earthy smelling hallway with stone and wood paneling, and you find what's pretty clearly meant to be her door. You can see kind of flanking it on either side, once again, are very elaborate portraits of herself
Yeah.
in
There's,
very
like, when
different
she's
art
away
style.
from the... What?
It's like in various different styles. She appears to love commissioning different artists to portray her.
Aw, good. That's cute. Like, then she's in there. Like, is there no crowd in here?
No crowd. Nobody
She
back
does-
here that you can tell.
And like her whole body, relaxes a little.
All right.
She'll go up to the door. If she doesn't hear anything, she'll give a knock.
Come on in. Who is it?
No one you've met before. She'll enter.
You open the door. Should I be concerned about that? You can see her
No,
sitting
no.
at a desk. She is currently filing one of her nails a little bit.
No, definitely not.
Well, good. I'd hate to have to kill you.
She
I mean-
like pauses, like,
We just met. No. Can I
No, I
help
don't
you with
doubt-
something?
I don't doubt that you could. I've. Did the list make it clear that asking for the silver spoon is the general phrase, or is that specifically with Par?
That was specific to Par. There were different things listed for different people on the list.
Oh, okay. I see where it is. Okay. I was wondering if you could. I would like to make a request.
Quest. Wow. Just kind of puts down the nail file and looks over at you.
She looks her in the eye. Gifts of the green.
Kind of flicks her hand and the door shuts behind you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Who are you with?
Nern.
Aaron. All right. Alba's brother.
Winces.
Operating out of Ebron, I believe.
He was.
Say no more then. Unfortunate.
Yeah. I'm just passing it along to his contacts if I run into them. He's gone. Obviously.
I'm sorry to hear that. I never met him. I only knew him through another contact, but he certainly contributed to a valid cause. A valiant one, even.
You could say that, yeah.
And you worked with him? What's your name?
Closely. She thinks for a second. My face's name is Demetria, but my name is Jetta.
You're an open one.
He trusted you. He trusted.
Well, a lot of folk trust me. It's in my business to be trustworthy.
Well, it seems like.
Well, I
I'm
thank you for that
not-
news, but the one you'd really prefer to be talking to would be Milady Alba and Alpenge.
That's where we're headed, yeah.
Now then, Alba, if you're intending to tell her herself, I'll wait a little bit before sending any letters.
I imagine she'll. I'd like that to be something she heard from someone he was close with.
Yeah.
I'd rather not that be something she finds in the letter.
Certainly. Well, I'm sure things have been rather tense given everything that's been going on with your kind lately.
Is there more?
Nothing
Besides,
new, just the general
obvious.
attitude of the powers that be shifting towards the negative with folk like yourself.
Not great, no. Especially with the Reich moving up and getting more and more prominent.
That they are. Folk want order and peace after tasting war. Problem is that they usually invite in something worse when they jump at the first thing offering it. Now,
The wrong
well,
people.
indeed. Well, thank you for sparing that news to me. I have my hands in many, many things. I'm willing to help any who pass by, any who happen to need it. Alba's just one of many contacts I have.
He nods.
So this certainly is a growing, necessary occupation.
More and more every day.
Well, Miss
Bad on the
Demetria.
front, isn't it?
Well, Miss Demetria, you take care of yourself then, and those close to you.
Yeah.
If there's anything you need or any word you need me to pass along, I'm willing. So long as it's for a good cause.
If there's anything that you ever need of me, I'm not going to be in one place, but I'm sure you have a way.
Plenty of
Yeah.
ways. I have kings wrapped around my fingers, sweetie.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Please do.
I'm not taking his place, but I think he'd appreciate if someone was doing something.
Well, Alba and I see what we can do, see if we can find anybody who could potentially do that. Hallow Hall's a friendly place for your people. That number of places like that is shrinking.
Hollow Hall is also not the most. It's safe, but the Reich are interested in it.
They are interested in everything that's not willing to bow down and kiss their ass.
Yeah, but they have a very. I think there's been a little more. There's a little more bad blood there than there was before.
You, them, and everywhere else. I hope you don't encounter too many folk in passing through Breveland. I'm afraid that the Reich's small-mindedness can be a bit contagious when it comes to the powers that be. Breveland's always been an old-blooded place when it came to the old ways, but don't be too shocked if folk are a little too keen to consider you a potential spy if they don't know you.
I didn't know the Yurak were getting such a reputation from them when I took this place.
Well, it'll do you fine among the common folk. The Reich will think twice of anything you look like beyond human, and even then.
Yeah. I'm expecting to, at this point, more confrontations with them are inevitable.
It's just a common sentiment, I'm afraid. Well, I really hate to cut this short, but I have a show to go and
No,
make sure it's running.
Of course, I just
Thank
wanted to pass this along.
you for coming and telling me that, though. Wish I could offer more in that regard of condolences, but I did not know the man.
He was a good man.
I don't doubt it, if he's Alba's blood. Now, let's head on back into the common room.
She nods. Looks kind of lost in thought.
All right. So, venturing back in, while Demetria was gone, you all noticed that the lights in the room were slowly beginning to dim, almost akin to a movie theater about to start.
Magical popcorn included.
It gets quiet. Even Jolene's kind of looking around. You can see as you walk out, you're close enough to spot it. She looks a little bit surprised, like, oh, I didn't do this.
Okay.
So, I think it's about time then. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious about this bard.
It's me too.
Oh. Yeah.
He just glim the gleeman goes wherever he pleases, they say. Though there have been stories about him dating back hundreds of years, so I'm wondering if it's more of a family thing or potentially somebody who's unlocked some very interesting secrets.
Hmm.
My grandfather
Interesting.
told me stories about this man. And then he just shows up and says he wants to do a set. With that lion fella, no less.
Yeah, that lion fellas. I read books about him when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. Two big legends in one night's a big deal in this kind of place.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look. And all of you see, from outside, there is a subtle blue-tinged mist that begins creeping in. Everybody's just looking around, murmuring, not sure what exactly is going on. Some folks are a little more inebriated than others about it. And Jolene just kind of whispers one more time, if what I've heard is true, though, hearing this man play is life-changing.
North. All right. I
And
don't doubt the skill, but that's a bit much.
suddenly, as though a curtain parts, even though there's nothing there, atop one of the tables,
Oh.
this figure appears. Oh, wait, wrong channel. Hold on. Dude.
Oh shit.
Huh. Huh. That is a distinguished individual.
Yeah.
What a distinguished gentleman. Look at the way this is going. Yes.
You see a rather dusty-looking fellow in a long brown coat, a rapier at his side, a fiddle in his hands, a wide-brimmed hat, graying hair down to the shoulders, scars, dark spectacles of some kind. Just stands there silently. Everybody just kind of looks and notices. Some people didn't even notice the guy was there immediately, or just figured he was just some dude on a table that got up. There's silence, just letting things hang over. The fog kind of begins to creep in a bit more.
Hmm.
Always found it interesting. The choice to build a tavern here at this lake. I remember the times before it. Tale in one of the oldest tales was told. Allow me to share the water's memories. And he begins to play. Strangely, the sounds seem to be coming from all over, and then you begin to notice the fog is taking on more corporeal shapes. As though other musicians are accompanying the band.
Oh.
You see a strange sort of reenactment of the lyrics. You see figures of a father and son marching out onto the lake's surface. You can see figures of snow falling. Tale of faceless betrayal plays out. Music dims, you see figures, tales being told, a whole history of these waters being shown. Story of a child being killed by their father and left out to die in the middle of the snow on a frozen lake.
Well, my nails are digging into the table a little.
Hildegard's a fucking mess. She's just open lying.
Demetria looks very thoughtful.
It's, there's an uncomfortable look on her face. Like she's not sure how to feel about this.
Yeah, like you guys have a lot. There's a lot of like father issues in here, huh?
Yeah.
We're the.
Vast.
Are you suggesting we're the metal eclipse thing of? So all you had poor father figures, not mine. My dad was cool.
Yeah.
Fucking love my
It's a-
dad.
Fucking
It's
love
a
my
D&D
dad.
It's a D&D party. Throw a rock at one, you're bound to hit father issues or other issues of some sort.
It's weird because
Vast.
Jeddah doesn't even know who her father is?
Vask, kind of came to grips with, what happened to his dad long ago. So this is, not really messing with him, but he's enjoying it.
Well,
But
in
he
your
looks and
case,
sees everyone else. He's just like, oh.
yeah. Well, in your case, Jeddah, I imagine it was a changeling of some sort.
Not
Most likely.
necessarily.
Good
Possible.
luck picking
But-
him out of a lineup.
God.
You are not the father. Neither are you, or you. You actually can't find him.
It could be anyone.
It cuts to the cameraman.
Fuck! He found me!
Fritz crashes into the camera lens.
It's the Markiplier running towards the camera thing. Hey, DM,
Yes.
would you permit me to use Divine Sense?
Sure. What do you intend?
He's not actively hunting for anything necessarily, but I imagine he's got some high emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And I am curious about this dude who apparently has lived for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Can I investigate him from a distance? Just I don't know, try to read anything that I can off of the way he looks or acts.
I would allow an attempt, yes. Okay. Divine Sense.
This feels like an appropriate moment. Yeah. I would say it's like an appropriate moment to use a moxie point. Because this guy's fucking weird.
Oh, I was going to
Twenty-
12, 21, mirrored.
No, come on. No, god damn it!
Oh, I was going to make a joke. Vask
It's
would
all
have
I get.
applaud
It's
if
all
it
I
wouldn't
get
make him
is
start
12.
glowing.
They're variants of 12.
Vask would applaud if it didn't make him start glowing.
Just strobe light.
Wait.
Jolene look.
Oh, she's wiping tears.
Oh.
Oh god, do we have to slap a seizure warning on Vask?
You just print it and hang it from his hat.
Epilepsy warning. Oh god, he is
He's off his
Vask of the
hat.
many colors.
Hear ye, hear ye. This man may causeth seizures.
Do not look directly when he is being physicaled.
So,
What do we find?
bad
God?
joke, but Vask used to be able to give people seizures without the lights.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Now just happens on his own. So, looking at the man with the 21, he just looks like a humble dude you dragged off the street. This man is a mask. His face is still... You're not even entirely sure you can see him breathing.
I guess that's why he's not playing a woodwind or a horn instrument.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's probably a level 20 bard. He could probably do it even without touching it.
Ventriloquism.
I mean, there's a reason why I picked an Air Genasi bard to play a trumpet.
Hell,
You'll never go blue in the face. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, it's just like a fucking gust of wind, and he constantly cycles it to play the instrument, never even touching the damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Glim.
I can imagine Air Genasi doing a flex where they're playing their wood instrument. Hold on, and they stop. They do a stretch, but the instrument keeps playing.
Yeah.
That would be funny. Either way, the Gleeman just bows his head slightly and goes, "I'm a cobtail, yes. Most are, if you give them enough time. But it's important to remember that even the smallest of lost lives, or even the most careless of lost reasons, still happened. It still may be remembered. Even if the only one who remembers is the water. We're all here. One day we won't be. Matters is what we do in between. Thank you all.
Garm will raise a cup to that.
And with that, he just steps down and just slowly walks out the front door.
I'm gonna follow him.
As you get up,
Yeah.
you reach the doorway and you actually see Yaku waiting there at the mantle entryway and just holds up his hand to stop you.
Oh, you stop. Cocks an eyebrow.
Not now.
Alright.
Everyone is entitled to their privacy. Just smiles and motions for you to go back to your table.
She'll like narrow eyes just a tiny bit, but she'll go back.
So we still have that mental link up, right?
It would
Yeah.
still be up, yes.
Yeah, to see
You said
good.
we keep that up for 8 hours, or we're testing that.
Yep.
Yeah, when Jeddah clearly returns a little empty-handed, clearly, well, I didn't get to do what I wanted, Garm will privately tell you.
Turned away. Were you?
I will. Yaku stopped me,
For what reason?
which is never a sentence I ever thought I'd say, but
I imagine for privacy's sake.
yeah.
Well, that song may have been a little more personal than most people realize.
I can see what.
This in our heads.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he was the child or the father?
Clearly, the possibility could be both, but he thinks the song has a
Yeah.
lot more meaning than surface level.
Yeah, but
But as for that, he isn't sure.
yeah, just a thought.
Wonder what color his eyes were.
Oh, he had those glasses.
Wonder if they were orange.
I think if there's nothing else happening tonight, I'm going to. Were there any rooms open? Hildegard?
No.
Vara?
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna have to sleep in the carriage tonight.
Alright, I'm gonna head to the carriage now. I'm a little tired.
I'll join you. I mean to check up on Biter.
Alright, the rest of you can't go bar fight when I'm not here.
Oh, well.
She just looks up at you, gestures to herself.
Vask goes, oh, don't worry, that's not gonna happen. If it happens, I'll make sure you hear about it. As he starts to pull out his deck of playing cards.
Oh god, okay. Let's just turn and walk away.
Time to get to work.
That's what Vask wanted to do earlier, is he wants to see if there's any, any card games going on, or see if he can strike up one with any of the other groups.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It is
language
starting to
barriers.
wind down for the night. It is starting to wind down for the night, so let me see how many you'd have access to.
Yeah, that's kind of what his goal was. He was drinking, but not to excess, because he was waiting for other people to be drinking to excess and being, wanting to gamble.
Hildegard would be willing to help, at least like start a game. I don't know how long she'd stay, but she's willing to at least play a little bit of cards, something going.
Yeah, I think Vasquez been. I think last session I said Vasquez been trying to teach people, the group, at least the basics of some games.
Yep.
Then he'd probably be surprised that Hildegard knows a wee bit more about cards than probably a cleric should.
Oh boy.
So it happens when you party with a rogue. Things either rub off on you or you start smacking them.
Oh my god, I can't, no, the joke.
They start. Yeah, I almost said it too, and then I realized how it would sound saying it out loud, and it's like, oh, that would have been much naughtier than I was intending.
I was halfway through it, and I'm like, this is a poor choice of words, but too late.
Well, all right. So you can get, I'd say, 4 games of cards before the night is over.
Ooh. Now the question is, do I want to cheat and use the tech thought? I think I'll start off normally.
Remember, it's an entire inn full of adventurers, and they are probably just as paranoid about magic as you are.
It's also a low magic item setting, so there's not much most of them could do against telepathy.
And I do have a ring of mind shielding.
Yep.
Oh god. Oh god.
Well, no, I'm just going to start off normally.
All right, then. If Hildegard's joining in for this one, I need both of you to roll a D100.
Oh, lovely.
D100?
Yep.
In case this changes the thing, she is trained in cards.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's see what you get here. All right. Just making some notes of things. All right, now if you both could select those tools, then.
And you said playing cards, I can use charisma as the proficiency bonus? Okay.
That does make sense if you're talking about like a card game where you bluff.
Do you want me to use charisma as well, or?
Sure.
Right.
That makes more sense to me personally. Okay.
Dang.
All right.
Okay.
Card sharks.
Let me roll D100s for the people you're going up against to see how the hands look comparatively.
It's probably because her face is so fucked. People are like, I don't know how to read this.
That and the birds.
I don't know how to read bird expressions.
She is actively trying not to cheat.
They're also right before the game starts, it's like, want to cheat, mother?
God, it's just because they're probably still drunk. Hold the hand of cards in one hand, hold the bird in the other, and like angle it, like aiming a camera.
Yeah.
Like oh god, it's a fucking shaky cam.
Like they couldn't cheat if they wanted to, I guess.
Yep. All right. Unfortunately, this first game you realized because you both rolled really high that there are a couple of guys who have way better hands than you, and you're wise enough to fold before that happens. So you don't get anything out of the first game, but you didn't lose any money either.
Rad.
So repeat the same formula again. D100 to see what kind of hand you're rocking. 65's good. 9. Oh boy.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Oh no.
Oh.
Literally
Okay.
one higher. Okay. 4.
All right, so
And one
Vask,
higher.
yep. Vask, you have a terrible hand. Like one of the worst you could possibly get.
Yeah, I'd fold early. Just like
Hildegard, your hand is really good. Well, you're really good at bluffing either way. Your hand's actually okay. Interesting. Just rolling for the competitors, people who've bowed out. Okay. You convince Hildegard, in spite of the fact that your hand is almost as bad as Vask's. Vask folds out, but you managed to bluff your way into 41 gold.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Everybody
That's-
thought that you had a much better thing than you thought, and you actually wound up being the last person standing.
Nice.
Chinese for mother.
Probably have some walking around money.
Yep. Raug is sobered up. Laug is unfortunately still shit-faced and laying on the ground.
She would have moved him like onto the cushion of the bench or in her lap or something like that, where he could have a better rest than floor.
All right, if you're sticking around, same formula, D100, then cards.
Why not? Doesn't
5,
love the soil.
Vara's just
72.
watching this, fascinated.
All right,
Yeah, I was wondering how a divination wizard would do with gambling.
that's terrifying. All right.
That's why
Like,
she
you're
has
just
a
gonna-
dice set.
Half decent hand, shitty bluff.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right, that's their hands. Now let's roll to see their bluffs. Okay. All right, so
Don't go
what
to
plays
bed.
out? What plays out this time? Most of the group folds except for one guy. That guy lays the mount. His hand is better than Hildegard's, but worse than Vask's.
Oh.
And you managed to get, oh dang, exact same pot, 41 gold.
Oh.
That's
Estes.
eerie, yeah.
Did I lose any money off that hand?
Let me see. Yeah. You lost 24 from that one.
Okay. I guess loss is subjective. It went to Vask.
It did in that.
You still have that 50 I gave you earlier. You can hold
Yeah.
on to that one.
All right, last
Yeah, I do.
game.
That's pretty much all I have to bet with.
Last game for the night.
As long as this one doesn't ruin me, I've made you 20. 100. Damn.
Nice.
Another 72.
Same fucking roll.
That's fascinating. All right.
What the fuck?
Hildegard, you have a great hand, but you're having a little trouble hiding the excitement. You're riding the high a little bit.
No problem.
Now, Vask, good hand, good bluff. Let's see how the others do. Okay. These last remaining folks are definitely some of the other sharkier individuals of the group. I'll say, for the sake of flavor, there is a red-scaled dragonborn, a couple of humans, and let's say, yeah, we've got one Yorok in on the group as well. Let's see how they do with their bluffs. Okay. There's definitely a guy at the table who you can tell through his tells has a really, really good hand. Probably going to be hard to beat.
Hmm. And with the link still up, we'll just say to Hildegard, should I risk reading his mind?
It's just gonna put into his head, I don't know if that's gonna be such a good idea. Again,
Yeah.
you are the expert, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think Vasquez the last, you see what a cheat.
Cheat.
Yeah.
Cheat.
Since
All
I'm
right.
gonna use the telepathic, what is it, psychic sorcery, where I don't have to do somatic or anything. I'm just gonna use detect thoughts and just not probe his mind, but just see what he's thinking.
Let's
Or just
see
listen.
how much of an open book this guy is. First a con save to see how drunk he is.
I can
A 12.
just
Good
sit
thing.
behind him and just tell you what
A
cards.
12?
My spell save is a 17.
Yep. Okay. He is an open book. You see. Well. You actually learn this man does have a really, really good hand. Better than yours. But the reason why is because he's been secretly stashing some much shittier cards in his sleeve.
Oh shit.
And Vasquez just gonna just kind of be like, the Hildegard is like, okay, this might get a little weird. And then Vasquez is going to deceptively try to sneeze and at the same time use his invisible telekinetic to try and make this card spill out of the guy's sleeves onto the card table.
Okay. He's not exactly hiding it in place, and you know where it is thanks to your connection. That is really stupid funny, so I am not going to make you roll for it.
Okay, because I do have a 9 in deception, but I don't want to biff it.
So, I'll just say through your connection and through the connection to the birds. Laug, somewhat sobered up, looks over and just immediately is in on the plan. Immediately knocks over a little shaker full of ground pepper and just starts like fluffing around in it like he's trying to bathe in it like a friggin' chinchilla.
Yeah.
Hildegard's gonna make a scene of trying to grab at him.
Basketball sniffly before he makes a big show of sneezing.
Yep, a very loud, theatrical, but with enough evidence to make it contextually sound sneeze. And in that moment, the cards spill out. Some very shitty ones that very clearly he had drawn, and cards falling out of his sleeve is a very bad sign. All of a sudden, one of the Dragonborn looks over at the human who is the culprit and just goes, "Cheat! We have a cheat!" He stands up.
Oh god.
And then they,
Bar
and then they devour him alive.
The bar fight's happening!
So, and what happens? Oh, this is fun. Yaku over at the door is like, "Oh, I never get to do this," and he scuttles forward. The man's backing away. You all could see this happening from your table, the three of you. You see him run up, and as the man is backing away, bumps into the plate-mailed chest of this massive lion man. Just know what we do with the cheaters here, yeah? In most places, among my people, there's a custom. We eat you, liver first, so you're still living. But we're not doing that here. And he just grabs him by the scruff of the neck like a kitten with one hand and just walks out towards the veranda. Just enjoy! And yeets the man into the lake.
God.
I was about to say, it's like, oh god, is he just gonna yeet him into the ceiling and he explodes?
I just imagine your guys are out in the fucking carriage, about to get some.
Yeah, you would distinctly hear it.
Yeah,
Leans out of the carriage, sees a
Yeah.
man flying into the lake.
I was gonna say, camera cuts to Garb, he's walking over the biter, just, yeah!
Var just watches
Spider.
this and goes, "See, you got to throw somebody."
It's like, that I did. God, that felt good. He will pace out and head out after that.
And Vasco will be like, well,
leave?
I'm just gonna say that he folded, so
Yes.
and Vasco will put down his cards.
Well, the custom with cheating is that whatever the guy bet gets split among everybody else. So the two of you both get 12 gold.
Awesome.
Oh, nice. Now I am at exactly 400. I had 388.
God.
I'm at 91.
There you go.
I've nearly made you 50 gold.
Oh, you can hold on to that. Vask still has to distribute it. Some of the others.
No, I get you. I just think it's funny.
Possible night. And Vask, like after that, is just like, you know, you surprised me. I didn't think you had such a cutthroat, mindset when it came to cards.
She's Hildegard looks a little caught out of that, and she flushes slightly and goes, "Well, I used to party with a rogue who was a lot worse at at cards and a lot better at cheater."
Huh.
The man got thrown out.
Yeah.
She adds that last part in real quickly.
Huh.
So it's either sink or swim in that case.
Well, seems like he was a good teacher then.
Sure, you can say that.
So we'll have to do that again, but not too many times in one place because they can get testy if winning streaks don't. Winning streaks are good in a night, but when you have winning streaks multiple nights in a row, that's when people start getting suspicious, even if you aren't cheating, like that
yes.
guy was.
I remember. Like I said, I partied with a rogue. Just exasperated with that.
So much history. As you walk out, you see Stump the Furbolg still sitting in that exact same spot. Looks like he's barely even moved. Just enjoy your evening. Weather's
You too,
lovely.
Stump.
Looks like it might rain, though, so keep the roof up.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
a little wave. Thank you, Mr. Stump.
Hand raises, goes back down. Immediately falls asleep.
Pretty sure he is glued to that fucking tree stump.
I think it's a part
Like
of them.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I think there is a weasel or a squirrel living inside his beard.
It's like that man's no longer a furball, he's a treant.
Yeah, like fucking, it starts pouring rain and he just like, nope, not getting out of my chair.
Bath time.
Flower blooms in his beard.
The lake floods, he's underwater, he's just blub, 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 blub.
That time of year again.
This ain't Stump's first rodeo.
That was fun.
Alright, so you guys head off to the wagon. You get inside, you find that locks were held in place. No one broke in and tried to steal anything. Which, I mean, pretty fair play.
I went off to go visit Biter. Psst.
Hey, boy.
Looks up at you with his glowing tapetum lucidum eyes.
Mm-hmm. Reaches into his pockets and pulls out a whole ass goose leg.
Here,
Aw.
I can vouch for its flavor.
Leans forward, licks it once. Mouth opens much wider than it should. Takes the leg and starts chewing on it. Just does that contented sigh dogs do.
Hand slips behind his ears, does the very light scritching.
He leans his head against you. Which is something he's not really done that much before, so you done good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm following Hildegard's example. Bribe them. Turns out the angels of God can be bought with food.
Makes sense to me. All
So-
right.
If any of those fuckers refuses a lovely dumpling, they are no longer angels, they are demons.
They have fallen.
I'm pretty sure even a demon was like, it's like, you're telling me this thing is full of meat?
Shit, yeah. You can keep your soul.
You. Oh God! Adventure time is just like, give your soul to me, Dark One. Quack! What? No, you can't have my soul. Fine, keep your crummy soul.
That is, God, what does he say? It's like, that is the most evil thing creature I've
You
ever
are
encountered.
of all the horrible monsters in history I've encountered, you are by far the most evil.
And I just love that ended up being legit foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, so you managed to get a good night's sleep out at the river's end, no disturbances. Everybody enjoying their evening, a return to spring, a return to form. Bit more of a game plan figured out, a lot more context. We will resume our adventures next time.
Hey.